Oh, I just hold on, everybody. This computer. Okay. Hello, 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 everyone. How is everyone doing? I think we are on a delay. Tony, let me drop the link so you can come up and join the panel. Hey, Nexie, how is everyone doing this beautiful Tuesday evening? Just to let everybody know, we reached 80 degrees here in Joliet, Illinois today. And when I tell you that I was a happy camper, happy camper. Is there an echo or anything?
I don't hear
Okay.
one.
Hey, Tony.
What's up, Mr. Man?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you again. Hello, everybody in the chat. How are you today? Hope all is well.
Okay, testing. There we go.
Now you sound louder. That's
Yeah,
good.
I had to change my mic settings.
Oh, shucks, getting all professional now.
Ah,
I see you getting all professional on us and stuff and stuff.
nah, I'm
So, how
grateful
was your
for the.
day?
So far, so good. So far, so good. No complaints, cause it don't make no sense to complain no way. You know what I'm saying?
I know that's right.
For real. So we just make it do what it do, cause it has to do what it does.
You know what, your slick talk, I ain't messing with you.
Hey, it's Tuesday, right?
There you go.
How
There
was
you
your Easter? How was your Easter weekend?
Man, if I tell you about my Easter, you gonna be like, no.
Okay, everybody, just to let y'all know, I'm having, I hear y'all, but my connection is terrible over here.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I talked about my Easter yesterday a little bit. I was saying that we went to somebody's house and they had a bad child. And when I say bad, I don't normally call children bad. This child did everything under the sun, and the mother just sat there and watched. And I couldn't believe that they sat there and watched.
Wow.
Yeah, child jumped up on the table, stuck their hand in the apple pie. I said, "Oh Lord." Mama sat there and watched, didn't say nothing, and everybody like, hello. Didn't happen.
Good Lord.
Okay, you're together. You're sounding chappy.
Okay, let me go out and come back in.
Okay, is it still sounding choppy? Is y'all still there? Well, I'm here. Hi, everybody. Well, let me talk for a little while. How everybody doing? Can y'all hear me? If you can hear me on any feed that's on right now, just say hello in the chat room or wave at the camera. Well, you can't see. Well, I can. Well, I'm here. I'm here. How everybody doing? Hope everybody had a fantastic Easter weekend. You know. Okay, there we go. Okay, there it is. I see y'all coming in there. I see y'all. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Man, I can't wait for this topic right here, man. Okay, thank you. Cause she said I'm trying to be professional, and you supposed to try to be professional when we come in to talk on a topic of this manner right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Cause this is like that's why on my Twitch channel, cause I'm streaming live on my Twitch channel. Uh, I just put it as so if you're on Twitch TV, come on in. Matter of fact, let me go over here and share that on Twitch right quick. Yeah, I had a kind of a fun kind of Easter weekend. It was uneventful, which was cool for once, and it was very entertaining, very entertaining. So I had a ball. I was grateful for another day above ground, as always. You feel me, man?
Can you
You have
hear
to.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I choppy?
You wasn't choppy at first with me.
Oh, she said I was choppy. That's why I went down.
Well, I don't know. I was in here chatting with the people, and they was like sounding kind of fun.
Exactly, Miss Sunkissed. Exactly. She's a volunteer, but he's still more accountable. But what if he doesn't know? This is the angle we're coming from. Some of them young girls be looking like really mature. So, you know, if she lies about her age, you know. But we're gonna wait for Miss April to get in here so we can start this conversation.
Yeah, cause this is like, and this not new, everybody. You know what I'm saying? This not new. It's just the fact that I'm glad that finally somebody took the time to put it out there in the open so we can discuss it. And try to break that curse, man. Cause, ooh, man, April
Okay, can
showers.
everybody hear me now?
I
Yes,
can hear
yes.
you.
Can
I
y'all
can
hear me?
hear you. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right, finally. Oh my God, why is there always something with this string yet? Okay, first of all, hello everybody. I thank y'all so much for being here. I have my honorary guest tonight, which is Mr. DJ Tony Sanchez, who is a personal friend of the Kelly family. He grew up with them. Um, he does not disclose that much information about them. He respects their privacy, so he ain't gonna talk to nobody about them. He's not gonna tell what went on in their house, but he does know some things that he will talk about. Then we also have Miss Together. The reason why I am doing this show is because lately text messages, and again, we are only talking about text messages that have been released by Jane Doe number 5, which is Ezreal Clary, between her and her mammy, her madam mother. And I'm going to tell you like this. I feel like this, and everybody will get a chance to state their opinion. Now, I do want everybody to know that morally, this is wrong. First of all, in my opinion, a girl, if you lie in the era that I grew up in, when you lie, um, my mama would have told me that, hey, you made your bed, now you lay in it. And also, when you lie, scheme, and connive to get anything, that's like playing with fire, you're going to get burned. So, in the process, this girl did end up catching, she's um, allegedly has herpes. Well, has herpes. I also feel as though, even though her parents was involved and groomed her, she still lied. It is morally wrong. For you men, you will only be charged with statutory rape, even if the girl lies and they get to walk away scot free. So you need to protect yourself. So what I'm having a problem with people is, and I am only talking about text messages that have come out between this girl who was the star witness and his New York case where he got 30 years, who the text messages, and if anybody would like a copy of the text messages, I'm going to be posting my email in the box, and I will send you a copy of the text messages that came from the government that was not allowed in his trial. So I feel as though that once you lie to get anything and do anything, whatever you got coming. It's morally wrong. It's not right. So if they want to hold the man accountable, he gets statutory rape and the girl walks away scot free. That is morally wrong to me. It's wrong. And I don't need nobody to be talking about he a man, they should do this, they should do that. No, they should not lie in the first place. Because, see, instead of people getting mad, blaming, telling the girl, because this whole case can be a learning experience. You sitting your daughter sons, anybody down, and you need to tell them. See, this is the consequence of lying. See, this girl lied. Her parents instructed her to lie. And this is what are the consequences of you lying. Because if you did not lie, you would not be in the situation. So I consider you a volunteer. A volunteer. And that's how I feel. Because you lied and you betted somebody. Her birthday to turn 18 was 3 months to turn 18. Even though 17 is the state of Illinois, federally it's 18. So you betted, you slept with somebody under a lie. That was entrapment from the beginning. Either way, so if you would have not lied, you would have not been in the situation. I don't want to hear nothing about what the man should have did. We need to address people that when you lie, these are the consequences of a lie. Now I will mute my mic and I will give y'all the floor, and I'm going to drop the link in case anybody else would like to join this discussion.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, first and foremost, good evening once again, everybody, man. And April, I'm understanding your point of view 100%. You know what I'm saying? I'm understanding that. And with me, that word lie. You know, and for me, for her to intentionally lie, that means that she had an ulterior motive from the get go, from the start. You know what I'm saying? From the very beginning, you know. So my issue isn't more so with her being a victim, you know, because every decision or choice that you make has a consequence to it. So, I'm not looking at her so much so as a victim, you know. Uh, I believe she on purposely, and it's just my opinion, as April said. My point of view are not the point of views of nobody on this panel or wherever stream I'm streaming from. It's just me assessing a situation that shouldn't be happening, period. But it's been happening forever, as I was stating earlier. This ain't nothing new. You know, I bear fault on the man for the simple fact that I don't believe half the time what especially young ladies and females when they mention in their age, I don't believe them half the time. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I was raised in a house of women, so I know how they scheme, manipulate, do things. You you know, dude let his antenna down. Whatever his reason and motive was, he might have just been horny in the moment, didn't care. Woo woo woo, bam. Went with it. But I hold him responsible because, man, if anything else, man, you got to cover yourself always. You always got to cover yourself, And if she looking too young to you, then you ain't got no business trying to be dealing with that. And that's just my point of view, on that there, man, because I have a daughter. You know what I'm saying? So, but I would not teach my daughter to purposefully lie, be it for any kind of gain. Cause in a lie, you'll never get a gain. You're gonna always get failure, regret, and remorse. So and for me, she volunteers for that. Cause when you lie, like I just can't get past that lie. Like if she wouldn't have lied, you know, and just went at it, then I could say, well, okay, she trying to be grown for her time, woo woo. But to purposely lie with the purpose of deceiving another individual for it, be it monetary gains, material gain, whatever, you know, to lie to me doesn't put you in the victim status. No matter what age you are. You know, that's what I got.
Wow. Um, let's see. For me, this kind of hits home a little bit because I have boys, and a lot of my son's friends would call me mom. Um, so one of the young men, he met this girl, and the girl had a fake ID made saying that she was 18 years old. Of course, he went out with her and they became intimate. Once the father found out that there was some intimacy, um, the boy ended up catching a case. And he was like, wait a minute, she had a fake ID. And the good thing about it was his sister was the type of person that would save everything. She's just that kind of person. She would save everything. So what happened was the girl had posted her fake ID on Facebook, and all her friends were like, "Oh, that's cool." And so when it came time for the uh the court case, the father was a police officer. I'm not going to say what city, but he was the police officer, and he wiped out her entire Facebook account. So this boy was facing years because he was like 19 or 20 at the time that he messed around, and the girl ended up being 15. She was very well developed. She looked every bit of 18. She had on makeup. Like when daddy wasn't home, you know how we do when we get to school, we put the makeup on and try to appear to be older. So thank God for his sister who saved the information. This guy was looking at years and looking at being on a sex offender registered list. And so the father ended up losing his job because he tried to hide evidence that his daughter did that. And then what was so good was some of the girls even said, well, yeah, she got a fake ID saying that she was 18 years old. And he did do his work like, what year were you born? He was asking her questions and she knew all the answers. So that too, like I said, that has a lot to do with girls lying, and men could be put into really bad positions for these girls lying, you know. But at the same time, when I was listening to the text messages being read off, I was listening to the mother question the daughter whether or not she was on her special time of the month so that she could have adult relations with R. Kelly. These things blew my mind. You are literally coaching your daughter. You're telling your daughter what to wear. You're talking about, I may be wrong, but you're talking about he could be your future son-in-law. So you are grooming your own child to do this. And being that R. Kelly is a grown man, you, as I've actually seen women lie and say, "Oh yeah, my daughter 18," and then once the guy mess around and have his the adult activities with her, then the parent is like, "Well, if you don't do this, I'm gonna turn you in," and the guy is like totally thrown for a loop. So I don't think that she's a victim. I think she put herself in that position. I think that her mother, like Sunkiss said, her mom should be held accountable just as much because you actually allowed your child to be put in a situation where they call it statutory rape. So that's my take on it. And I think that money and fame did play a factor in this because you wanted your daughter to be famous. You wanted to be recognized as a famous person's grandmother. The girl get pregnant, have the baby. I'm grandma of a famous person. So it's a whole lot to this story. And let's say he didn't do his research. Let's say he asked somebody, how old is she? And she told everybody, and the mom said the same thing. Oh, she 18. Let's say it went that far. And then he messed around with her because he did believe she was 18. Some mothers will cape for their daughters just to get that bag. So we don't know We're looking at text message. We don't know if there was a person to person conversation ever had between the mother and whoever else went back and said, well, how old is this chick? Oh, she 18. Yeah. Oh, that mother says she's 18. So that's a go. That's a red light. I mean, that's a green
Mm-hmm.
light to go. So
Yep.
we don't know. But the one thing that we do know is these text messages are extremely incriminating on behalf of the mother. And I don't know if daddy was around or not, but
Very.
it was very incriminating. So that's something that we really, really need to think about. What should his punishment be? Let's say the mother did tell him that she was 18, then there should be no punishment because he was given false information from the biological mother to confirm the lie that they told. You see what I'm saying? So how can you punish somebody if I told Sun Kiss, oh yeah, girl, let's go to the club and she's 25. And I said, oh girl, I'm 21, and I give her a fake ID. My mom go, oh yeah, she's 21. So me and Sun Kiss out drinking and something happened. Why you gonna blame Sunkiss? My mama lied to Sunkiss too and said that I was 21. So the
Amen.
burden is not on her. The burden is on me and my mama. I'm not saying that they talked. I'm saying just we got to think of it in so many different angles. That's my take.
Well, um, bad parenting, is not against the law. Um, the girl's lying is not against the law. Morally, it's wrong. And people need to say that too. It's wrong. What they did was wrong. They should have not lied in the first place. I don't want to hear nothing about he should have when he found out her age and what he should have did. No, they should not have lied. I mean, if you're supposed to do the right thing in life, that does not mean going around lying to men about your age, sleeping with them, and entrapping them. That's morally wrong. Where are people's values? But you want to blame the man, and then the law is against. The law is for the liars because only the man will get charged with statutory rape. I hope this case will, and all this whole situation will make some laws change because this isn't right. And they want to blame the man for everything. And it's like, no, this ain't right. But because there are no laws in place, you can say, well, the parents don't have to be held accountable. Yes, they should be. This is morally wrong. And if you are a human being, you should be saying it's morally wrong. They should not have lied to begin with. Not what he should have did. Because if they wouldn't lie, then we wouldn't have no text messages. But when you lie and you scheme to get things, don't nothing come out right anyway. Okay, hold on. I am adding. Hello, Mrs. Queen. How you doing, my sister? All opinions are welcome here. I will not block you. I will not be mad at you if you think the other way. I respect everybody's views. And I'm only talking about girls that lie to men. Are they volunteers or are they victims? And so you have the floor right now. I'm going to mute my mic.
Okay. I do not believe that girls that lie to men about their age are victims. Um, I think they're willing participants, but I do think the men are more accountable because they are actual adults. And as an adult person, the onus is on you to make sure that the person that you're sleeping with is not a minor. So if you didn't do your due diligence, then you get the punishments that comes with not doing your due diligence because as an adult, you have more responsibility than a child would. But as far as the whole R. Kelly situation goes, I feel like all of those parents should be brought up on sex trafficking charges because it don't make any sense. Because from everything I see, it looked like they were selling their daughters to this man.
You keep going in and out.
Miss
Uh
Queen,
oh.
can you
Hold on.
please move
I,
closer to the mic so we can hear you more? Let me
hold.
mute my mic again.
I, can y'all hear me? Y'all can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear
Hold
you.
on.
I hear you fine. Keep
Now
What
I
dropping
am
them
hear you
pearls.
good.
Drop them pearls, girl. Come on, baby.
Okay, I said they are willing participants. They're not victims. Um, but because he's an adult male, he is more accountable because adults should do their due diligence to make sure that the person that they're sleeping with is also an adult. And it's really no excuse for sleeping with somebody underage at this day and age. It's too much information out here to find out if this person is a minor or not. So I do understand that, but as far as the whole R. Kelly situation goes, I feel like the parents need to be brought up on sex trafficking charges because from what I've seen, it looked like the parents were selling their daughters to their man, and that's not okay. And if he going to jail, they need to go to jail too.
Yep.
Okay, I agree, Miss Queen. But
Makes
again,
sense to me.
there are no laws in place for
Queen,
parents. But
Queen.
they need to take them back. They can bring charges if they want to against them parents for sex trafficking their daughter because you knew your daughter was getting ready to go to different states. So bring them all. Bring them all in. Let them all share a cell together.
That's true. That's true. I've been saying that for the longest of times. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell everybody all the time, man. I don't agree with what Rob did because, like I say, I wasn't with him in the rooms or none of that when he was doing them things. But like I say, I know him personally. I knew the brother always had issues with sex as a kid. You know, he been a freak all his fucking life. You know, him and his brother Bruce and all that. But anyway, ain't nowhere in the hell you can tell me that these parents and at the particular time that that all of this was going on, these parents didn't have no clue or nothing about what was going on with their daughters at no time at all. You know what I'm saying? Or even if they did have knowledge of what was going on with their daughters, they made a conscious choice too, you know, to whatever reason they may have had, you know, to go along with the shenanigans that went along. You know what I'm saying? Because real parents, after learning some information about a certain individual, would definitely put their foot down and say, that shit ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't happening. Now, the only way to flip the script is if you got a hidden agenda or an ulterior motive. You know what I'm saying? So,
That whole
good.
situation is crazy because when R. Kelly and Aaliyah happened, I think I was in junior high. There is no way ever I would send my daughter nowhere near R. Kelly after that. Like everybody knew that situation was strange. So what kind of parent would send their child to this man, especially unsupervised? That don't make no sense.
And then, too, I got to look at it from this point. From knowing Rob, what kind of people you got in your entourage would allow you to continue to do and them things that they know that you doing that is wrong, but they they let you go ahead on and do this here, knowing that it's gonna harm you from the get go. You know what I'm saying? So it was some snakes in the camp, and man, this right here though is gonna be a legendary thing. They might as well go in and write books on this one because they did now what surviving R. Kelly 4 now, I think it is, or something like that.
Yeah,
I
they're
think,
gonna
yeah, you know what I'm saying. So they finna cash cow this
yeah.
motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I,
But
okay.
out of everything that he did, they still banking off this brother though. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
well, that's what happens. You're gonna get banked on. I wanted to make us say something about the underage girl, going after. Now, I have I was in a situation where one of my sons, my oldest son, he had just turned 21, so he's going now. He's hitting the clubs and everything. So unbeknownst to me now, I didn't even know anything about it. This girl, which at the time she would be in the bars. She was in this certain bar at the time where he met her. So things went on. I had no idea. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I get this call from this woman. And she's like, "Yeah, what's your son's name?" And I'm like, who the hell is this? I'm like, well, which son? I got three of them. Like, well, what's going on? And yes, because my daughter is at the hospital now. She had the son and everything. So this taking me aback. And I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm like really interested. Like, my son never came to me and told me nothing about, he's 21. So, I don't really get in the business or whatever. Just keep yourself safe or whatever. And so, do you know this woman's, we was having a conversation. She was like, she started to extort me. And I said, well, I'm not going to be giving you no information. I don't know anything about this. I never seen that girl. He never spoke about that girl. And I'm not going to say her name. Uh, but she was steadfast on extorting me. And she said a whole lot of things. But anyway, she's like, she wanted monies and everything. And then I said, chick, I don't know who you are. I don't know what this about. But I'll talk to my son, but don't call me, extort me. And I'm trying to think, wait a minute, why would she be extorting me? And oh my God, the girl was 13. The girl was 13.
13.
13.
13
At a bar?
and nobody carded her?
No, she was okay. That's a whole nother. I had to get to that as well, y'all. And I'm like,
13.
oh my God. And now I'm panicking. All right. I'm like, oh, holy crap. My son had just turned 21. And I'm like, what is this? So I could not wait for him to get home. And so soon he come in the door because I'm nervous. You know what I'm saying? I got a black son. He just made 21. He never been in no trouble, never been in jail. You know what I'm saying? I'm his mama. That's my firstborn. I'm in love with him. No, you don't want to have no harm come to my precious first one. And I'm like, soon he come in the door. I'm like, who the hell is so and so? He's looking at me like, what? I said, who the hell is so? And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know how your kids will brush you off, I'm like, I just started smacking the hell out of him. Like, I need answers now. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, boy, you better tell me or something gonna happen right now. And he was like, oh no. I said, well, the mama called me talking about a baby. And he was like, what?
I'm like, oh my God. I said, boy, I'm gonna kill you because I ain't let nobody else kill my child if I can help it. I said, somebody I just been extorted. We've been extorted. So he finally said, well, that's probably what's blah blah blah. He said that ain't my baby. That's more than likely her father baby. And I said, where you meet her? If that's the one you talk about, I met in the club. She be in the club, this bar rather. I'm like, oh my God. So I think that I had already gave up too much necessary information. So the very next day, I took the because the baby had been born. So I called I told my son come on. So after I'm hearing all these names, I'm like, and then find out that she was she was with DCFS. She wasn't even living with her mother. She was in some kind of like group home. So I took my son down to the state building. And I was suing for custody because this woman, she extorted me. She wants to get monies, and she don't even have custody of this chick, right? So we went down there, got papers and everything, and I got custody. Cause no, and my son, I'm like, how did you know? He was like, Mom, if you see her, she look grown. Yeah, yes, she look like a grown woman. So, oh my God, these like a parent, by him being 21, you know what I'm saying? That's a dude. You know what I'm saying? He's grown. So you don't necessarily get involved with especially if they boys, who they messing with or whatever, unless he trying to bring them home, to your house. So, that was so scary because you have girls and they get out there, or they have experienced certain things in their own household. So the more that I discovered, it was like kind of heartbreaking, and so I totally informed on the mother and everything like that. But it was crazy because when you don't know, and we try not to get in our grown children's business, you know what I'm saying? But it can happen. It can happen. And that's why I just wanted to speak on that, because I kind of experienced that, but I had to take some strange measures because no, I mean, like, and then men are men, you know what I'm saying, especially when they young. They just turning 21. He out, probably was drunk as ever, just like, oh, see the first fish. Like, you know what I'm saying. And there you go. But so I'm like, hey, Patty. So, I was like, you ain't getting mine. So you're not getting mine. So you're not gonna, no, it ain't happening. So sometimes, you just have to get those type of mothers off of you. You know what I'm saying? Get them
So,
off of you. Save your children. And yes, those kind of mothers that do that, they need to be charged too. If they are complicit in these things with the R. Kelly thing, if they are complicit, they need to go too. You know, Something needs to
Hi,
happen.
Patty.
yeah. Everybody, that's cooking with JW. So thank God, that, because girl, your son could have, really caught a case behind that. So,
Yes.
girl, hey, he is good. He's
Tell me
awesome.
about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Patty. Hey,
Man,
everyone.
I'm
man.
still trying to figure out how a 13-year-old
13.
girl was in the
See what I'm
club.
saying?
Because some of
13.
them, these girls are being born with hooker bodies.
Yep,
Yes.
they sure are.
Yeah,
See,
see,
they born with hooker bodies. They
So
got
my
These are
At
not Similac babies.
he's
Trust
an
me.
age,
Right. But how did
at
she
the
get in the
age of 10,
bar?
they having their periods
Her,
at 10.
okay, I'm gonna try. I don't want to like go through too much of it. Uh, well, she her mother, I guess, was just some weak person. Her husband, her father was screwing her. And so he used to hang in a bar, so she would hang out in a bar. And the mother knew what her husband, what her father was doing to her, and just absolutely, I guess it was just like. And so, and the first thing, my son, after I didn't know that right in the beginning. So after I had the boy, after I had him for a while, he'd been in the family for a while, so my son has other children now as well. And so he was like, I'm doing a DNA. I said, no. After he told me, that he could be her dad's son and he wanted to get a DNA, I was like, no. I didn't have him too long. He been in the family. He's family now. I don't even want to know. We not doing that. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want to. I fell in love with him. That's my grandchild. So, I just didn't want. I said it's okay. He's a child. He needs protection. He needs a family because I mean, just how that family is. What you gonna do? What we gonna do? Just drop him off? I ain't doing that. So he's ours. He's mine.
I
If you don't
respect
want
you
him,
for that.
he's mine.
I
And so
respect
he ain't going nowhere.
I respect you for that.
And so I never did it. And so, that's how that was. But yeah, it's crazy business. I even got her the thing was once we find out all the business. So the first time that I put papers in and everything to get custody, full custody. And so with her being with the DCFS and everything, so she brought the child because we was, getting with visitation. She brought the child and I had her sign these papers. And so she did not want that. She actually wanted to live with me, but she couldn't do that because my son was still living at the house at the time. So they couldn't, by him being older and all this stuff, I'm getting custody, you know what I'm saying? She couldn't be there because she is underage. But she wanted to live with me. And so she got angry. She went inside the papers. And so she took the baby and went to the garbage can and was threatened to drop him in the garbage. Newborn. I was like, I told her, I said, I will bury you up under my house and nobody will ever see you again.
Allegedly,
Yeah,
Allegedly.
yeah. You always got to throw that allegedly in there. Allegedly, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Cover your. You know you got to cover your.
Allegedly.
Thank you.
And so, that was a heroin time. And so once I took the baby, she never got him back, and he had been with me ever since. And she did sign those papers, so yeah, it was wild. So sometimes we just have to go through things with our loved ones, with especially our children, And so yeah,
Yeah, and your friends too. You know what I'm
yeah, your
saying?
friends too.
You know what I'm saying? Cause man, I commend you. You know what I'm saying? See, that's the heart of a woman chasing after the heart of God. You know what I'm saying? When
Oh
you do,
my God.
yes,
I
yes,
couldn't do it. I couldn't see it. And then
yes.
I think they gave me so many problems and everything. And he got some medical issues, bipolar. He's like a lot of things. He's always in trouble. But that's my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like he is he 20? I think he made 20. And he's locked up right now. he keep doing dumb stuff, and it's because I think he's impulsive. He had some crazy stuff. That okay, Patty. You know what? You know what? That's what I was saying too. That's what I was saying too. But I can't help it. I mean, he's family. He's my family. He's one of my gems. I have a lot of grandkids. He's one of my gems, and yeah, give you the give me the shit and everything, because he didn't get the necessary uh treatment, the medical, the mental medical care that he should, because I told my son, he just bad, he just no, something's wrong with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then he was kind of not he ain't want to be that. I mean, like, people today, I have a medical issue. My mother was mentally ill. You know what I'm saying? I grew up around
Mhm.
mentally ill people. I had to live with one most of my life, so I knew something was wrong. And then, by the time he had gotten in so much trouble, and then I got a little older, so he was back and forth here and stay there. And I would tell them, he's gonna take himself wherever he go. You cannot fix him.
Yeah.
You know.
We thank you, Cooking with WJW, for sharing that information. Where did Miss Queen Sunkist go? I was going to ask her to chime in. Um, Tony, together, what do y'all think overall with people not wanting to? What they did was morally wrong, but it wasn't legally wrong because there's no laws against the bad parents, they say, and girl
Mm,
liars. Um, do you think like this might put people in positions now to change laws, or would you want to see laws changed? Because
Yeah.
it's like nobody's the only person that's being held accountable is the man for statutory rape.
mm-hmm. Mm.
So would y'all want to see laws passed about with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now, let's come back to reality. Cause we all, no, y'all know I'm gonna keep it 100. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep it 100. Even if the truth hurts, it helps. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So this the real deal. We all would love to see some laws. We all would love that. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm.
in this America, you hear me? You hear what I'm saying? In this America, which was
Yeah.
built on lies.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on now.
Exactly. So that
Got that shit for real.
Come
right, and
on.
that's what I always say. This country was built on lies, so they don't care about liars.
They do it all
They
the
don't care.
time.
Liars, they friends.
Yes.
Come on now. Come
Yeah.
on. They ain't finna change. In their opinion, if it ain't broke, they ain't trying to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
So ain't no
Yeah.
laws gonna change. Okay, if anything, if you want to change the law, why these gun laws ain't changed? Why we didn't have 146 mass shootings already?
Yeah, that's
Don't even talk
pathetic. I
about that.
talk about that all the time.
You know what
Oh
I'm
my
saying?
God.
So if we talking about statutory rape, what about that? And they ain't even trying to do nothing with changing that.
Well, you
Cause
right, because look at the abortion laws they putting in place in some of these red states. You can actually go to jail if you try to escape that state and whoever take you could go to jail. It is so crazy. They have gotten really nuts. They have got nuts.
Yeah, so we talking about this little law. Come on, man. It's some things, it's some major things that need to be shifted before we can even get down to the trickle effect of changing that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Man, but wishful thinking is wonderful, man. And that's why I'm so glad that we see no matter what they do to our people, we always rise.
Always.
We always rise. Man, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing they can do to us that make us not stand back up. Nothing.
Yeah.
You
I
know what I'm
used to
saying?
always tell my kids that. I said, well, because I didn't know anything about racism till I actually got grown. My mother and father never said anything about that. And I had to start telling when I actually experienced it, and I'm light skinned, so I was really light skinned. Then and I never knew anything about color because it wasn't taught to me. I wasn't cautioned about it or anything like that. So when it happened to me, and that just happened to be in down south. I called my mother and I said I want to be on the first thing smoking back home because I'm a city girl. So
Right, right.
and
Yeah.
so I started to let my kids know, because sometimes I get complaints and it'll mostly be about the other people. And I said, look, son, this world, and then I had to let them know you had history lessons. That shit is real. That's what happened for real in America's history. And we
Amen.
was a big part of that.
Yes.
And so yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I guess you're right. You are correct, Tony. That's wishful thinking. We do got bigger laws, but it's it's um we got to get back to teaching morals and values. But there aren't any now. And people just doing what they want to do now. I mean, anything goes. Sleep with
Yeah.
whoever you want to be. I can wake up and decide tomorrow I want to be a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You know what I'm saying?
get
Right. Ain't no
get my
morals, no
name
ethics,
changed,
no
and
values, none of that. None of that's being taught no
I
more.
can,
You know what
and nothing against y'all. I love
I'm saying?
y'all. I
Yeah.
gotta love y'all. It ain't nothing against y'all. I'm just saying this is the way the world is. Then they got the
Yeah.
books teaching you about um, sex, and shoot, what sixth and seventh graders they're learning about sex.
Well, I I think it all depends on what they're actually teaching. I don't agree with banning books. I think books and things that's written in books, if it's not a porno book, that it is necessary for history,
Yeah.
especially with the diversity now that people are coming out. See, there's been drag queens and gays since the beginning of time.
Oh boy,
Most of those
they was at
Romans were.
Woodstock. You could see the
Right. But
pictures.
you know what? I wanted to say something. You have made a comment about the books. So now if you go on YouTube, there are a bunch of videos. There's a young kid and he's like fifth grade, and he is reading a book that's being very detailed about a man putting his mouth on a woman's bottom part and doing all these things that grown folks do. Is very explicit, and those books are literally in their libraries, and you might,
Oh,
they're
that's
in there.
porno. That's porn.
Yes, the little boy is reading to the school board, and the librarian was telling him, "Oh, we got other books like that," and he's like, "What?" So the parent got upset, and he took his kid to the school board, and the kid read it, and the adults were looking like nothing was wrong with it, but a lot of adults were upset. And then a father got a hold to one book, and he started reading it to the people that was behind the desk at the school board, and they were looking crazy. And then there was a teacher recently that targeted young girls. And what happened was the teacher did not tell the school that he was going to give them an assignment, and the assignment was for the girls to explain their sexual fantasy and to be extremely graphic. And so the girl ended up texting her dad and was like, "Dad, I'm really uncomfortable about this assignment." So when the girl got home, she showed her dad what the assignment was. So he went to the school board. The school board was not aware that this man was passing this kind of stuff out. He said, "What you're doing is trying to find out how sexually advanced these young girls are so that you can possibly have your way." That
He's a
father,
groomer.
he
He's a
was
groomer.
that man was that father was like 2 seconds from leaping over that table and trying to take that man's life. They end up firing him because they had no clue that he was giving out assignments like that to the kids.
So,
But
but the first book that you said, the Bible has a lot of explicit detail in there as well. Because when they started to ban books, they said, well, you might as well ban the Bible as well. But this book that I think that what you're talking about, you did say one was in the library.
they both
So
were in the library.
the both was in the library, and
Yes, for the
maybe
kids to get it.
those books were probably not supposed to be
No,
in the
those books were
libraries.
supposed to be there. I just said the librarian said that there were more books like that in
Oh,
the
okay.
library. There were
Wow.
those books in the library. Let me explain this. The Republic, not the Republican, I apologize. The politicians
Mhm.
have the power to stop this if they want to, but you have some politicians. There was a guy that recently got busted. He was the head of the Democratic Party. He recently got busted for watching child corn, CORN. I can't say the word. He was
Mhm.
watching it. He had millions of pictures, and they recently busted him. And like they said, how can you tell people not to attack children when you guys in office are doing the very things that you're telling other people not to do? So it's like that's why they're not making the laws, because if they made laws against these men messing with younger people, that means their asses have to go to jail too, and they're not going to incriminate themselves, and they feel like their kids are not going to be touched because why? They live behind a gated community. But understand, a real predator will make its way behind that gate.
You better
That's
know
the
it.
only time they're going to make a law, is when it touches their front door.
Yeah.
Mm.
And see,
I,
like she said, like with them politicians, and I'm gonna slide this back in there again. Them NRA, I'm gonna slide them in there because like this
yes.
don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just keeping it real because I got
Right.
grandbabies.
Me
You
too.
know, and they got to go to school.
Right.
Hmm.
You know, and out of them 146 shootings, 14 of them was at schools.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So as long as the NRA and them politicians feel that they feathers ain't being ruffled, everything is hunky dory. So ain't no laws gonna be changed. You see what happened in Tennessee, right?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's blatant in our face. Bam.
Blatant is blatant. It's telling
Yeah.
you what it's saying is y'all stay in your place. We
Yeah.
doing this. We gonna rule you. Stay in your place, and it's not just to people of color. It's to the whole damn Tennessee. Like y'all
Mhm.
gonna do, we gonna do whatever we want to do, and you all are going to stand down and take a seat and shut up.
Yeah.
And so, but see, this is why it's so important to have with people of all to have an ideology of how they want to live their life without having people that think they can just rule you. And see, this country is going backwards because of certain people with a whole lot of money and a whole lot of influence, especially the lobbyists for the big corporations and the NRA and things like that. But it's not also I would say it's for some people. Like, there's nothing wrong with having constructive gun laws. And now I think I mentioned it on a live I did. Like, in certain states, you don't need nothing. And then they took the age down to 18. Who wants to be in a city where you got a bunch of 18-year-olds running around with AK-17s, 15s, whatever they call them? I mean, because they going to have them strapped. If they able to do it, do you know how many shootouts is going to be? How many innocent people is going to... They 18 years old. It is
Yeah.
unbelievable. That is so scary. I wouldn't
Yes.
dare. If I lived in that state, I would totally move. Cause
This is
ain't no way I'm gonna live anywhere and you got 18-year-olds, 18 now. They're still babies as far as I'm concerned. You know what I'm saying? And they walking around strapped with AR-17s, AR-15s, or whatever they call them. I mean, come on, and they don't fight today. Fist fight.
right.
What is gonna be?
It's
Somebody
all a
bump
Yeah.
plan,
into
man. It's all
somebody.
a plan. It's a plan for us to wipe ourselves out. It's called population control. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that they should take people's guns away, but I think that they should make it harder for you to get a gun. Find out what your mental status is. How do you think the guns are getting in these neighborhoods? It's not people just walking up and I saw a video like 5, 6 years ago. There was a big rig in New York, and they parked this big rig in New York. They took the video down at the time. I didn't think to record it. And the kids were curious as to why these people parked this big rig and walked away. So it took them some time. There was somebody filming it, and it took them some time. But when they finally opened the big rig, there were guns in that big rig. And
They
those
did
kids
the
were
same
grabbing,
thing in Chicago.
yeah, they were
Uh huh.
grabbing the guns and passing them
Yeah,
out to
on the
each
real
other.
line.
What
They
they
put them
did,
on
what
the
they
red
at
line.
that time, what they
Yeah.
did was they stole that. Somehow they would do the rails,
Yeah.
go steal
Yeah.
things off the rail
Hmm.
containers. But this was
Right.
where they was taking those guns were supposed to be taken somewhere to be destroyed. And
Yeah.
so somebody hijacked it, and they that's what they'll do. They'll drop it off in the middle of the ghetto or a hood, as so to speak, and open it up, and there you go. And a lot of times there were like the gangbangers that mostly had something to do with that. You know what I'm saying? They get some kind of way. They know what's coming in, what's or whatever, and they construct a plan and they hijack it, and then and there we go.
It's not always
Okay.
the
Hold
gangbangers.
on, y'all, for a minute. Tony, can you read the comment that's up there on the board?
What, this one right here that says the
Yeah,
statutory rape is
that's from
always talked
Patty.
about
Hello to
in...
everybody that has come in.
Oh yeah, yeah. How y'all doing, everybody? Uh, and she would ask me to read. I ain't got my damn glasses on, but I'm gonna do
Okay.
it. Statutory rape is always talked about in the terms of the man, but what about the older women that be raping these teen boys? That
Oh,
should work both ways. Yeah, and you
Yep.
know what, Patty, you absolutely right because,
yeah.
and that's another thing that gets swept under the table a lot too. You know what I'm saying? That's one of them things to where. Um, I saw that in my family in the background where, you know, where cousins would get took advantage of by, the females in that family on that side. And I was like, man, that's just wrong. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I'm a kid too. So, I'm just watching this, like all of us was, and I say this with all sincerity and with truth, all of us have PTSD because the shit that a lot of us seen growing up, we should have never been able to see. Period. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? I've
mm.
been traumatized from watching motherfuckers fall out of project windows and shit.
Oh, wow.
Or
Yeah,
or
me too.
or a refrigerator laying on
Yeah.
somebody downstairs under, so man, we all got PTSD, but man, the things that's happening now today, it's hard trying to navigate through this thing called life today. It's real hard
Mm,
because
mm,
it's so much conjunction with mental illness, then you got homelessness at an all-time high, then you
mm,
got these young kids out here just doing whatever they think they can do. You know what I'm saying? So trying to navigate through this thing is enough to drive all of us insane. You know what I'm saying? But then to
mm.
try to instill our trust on these so-called politicians who we hope got our backs on issues.
Well, I don't know.
You know, I'm just because that's all we doing when we go vote. We just hoping they got
Yeah,
our.
it's a hope and a
It's a
prayer that we get some results and to vote
yeah,
people in there that's
right.
going to actually represent their constituents who vote them in. And it is crazy how you be like, oh my God, and that goes on both sides, even in the middle.
Yep.
You just be hoping like, oh Jesus, if you don't have another opponent that you just be knowing that one. So you have to sometimes pick the lesser evil. And it can be frustrating because you know that one, they ain't gonna be worth nothing. But you be like, okay, if this the only one we got a choice to, gotta choose from, okay, let me go over here. So we pick the lesser evil sometimes and hope and pray that things turn out okay.
Amen. Amen. For
Yeah.
real, for sure.
Okay. So another quick question for y'all. Since y'all say we have more bigger fish to worry about than girls lying about your age. So y'all give me three things, three fish that y'all would want to see, um, or three big major things that you would want to see happen in this United States of America.
Mm.
You,
Okay, that should be easy because
it,
it's right in our face. But go ahead, Tony.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear
You
you,
want
my
to go? You want to
queens.
go first together?
I want to hear my queens, Zach, because I know y'all got something for. I
Together,
know
you
it.
want to go first? Uh,
I didn't even hear the question.
okay,
Puff
go
puff
go ahead.
pass. You got to puff puff pass now. Don't be selfish.
No, I'm a sip pass.
Okay, she was saying, okay, what the thing that we was talking about? She said, what other bigger fish that you would want to see fried? Then you know what the actual conversation that was that for the United States, something that would come, things that 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 I just say that gets on your heart more, that you would want to see happen for the better.
You go first, cooking with JW. You go first.
Okay, I. I'm gonna discuss the things that gets my goals. The first thing is the gun laws. The first thing is that. The second thing is, and we have discussed them, the banning of certain books. And the next thing is voting. Get our people out there to vote, and not just the general election, but the local and state uh, elections. Those are really important for me, to get the people out there, y'all vote, because we have a whole host of Gen Zs now that they're getting a little bit more and more in touch with politics now, because when it comes to, they see, oh, this is a real thing. Oh, first of all, abortions, what I'm saying, we don't have the right to our bodies, and the racism is so blatant now. You know what I'm saying? It is just ridiculous. And I would like to see things on gun laws. I think, but wait a minute. Let me say this as well. I mean, voting for me is very important. And in some of these states, I could not believe it. And I even, I had to try to look. I tried to
Okay,
look again. I seen it before.
my three things. Yeah,
Go
my
ahead.
three things is I feel like there should be they need to the housing the housing situation. We should not have any homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
Health care and food.
Healthcare and
With the
food.
yes, and
Yeah,
food.
I was
People
gonna
should
say something about that
yeah.
as well. Uh,
Okay, Miss Together.
Well, you know my passion. My passion is they need to totally reconstruct, tear down CPS because we have over 500 plus thousand children missing as of today that is supposed to be in the hands of CPS and they don't know where these kids are and that leads them into human trafficking. And so that is one of the things that bothers me and get me. And people keep talking about gun laws. I'm gonna ask a question, but you don't have to answer it now. If they are allowed to take away guns from everybody because of a few bad apples, when it comes down to somebody running up in your house and you need to protect yourself because they took away your right to bear arms to protect yourself, I don't believe that there should be laws that will prevent responsible people from having those weapons. You got to separate the bad from the good people because if somebody come up in here, I shouldn't be sitting up here being a victim in my own house. I should be able to understand the rules of having that weapon and also using it in the most respectful way if I have to use it. You know what I'm saying? Third is I think that this whole world is going ape shit crazy and we got eight ship crazy people running it.
yeah.
And anytime somebody and they're broadcasting the very few um people that are making a lot of noise and they're making it seem like they're representing everybody and they're not representing everybody. Everybody is not agreeing to the madness that's going on. And I'm gonna add extra, like Miss April said, all this homelessness makes no sense at all. Why do we keep sending money to a country when we have people here that is in crisis and dire needs? That's mine.
I
Yeah.
I wanna I would I wanna say something about what you said about the gun things. Okay, the gun laws are the gun laws. I don't know. I look. I'm a gun owner too. I used to do security. Uh, I don't know why people, and see, this is where the misinformation, you can, all people get the misinformation. Gun laws, your Second Amendment right is yours. Only thing they're trying to do, only thing that we're asking to do is to take the weapons of war off the streets. They're not needed because people, your gun laws, if you're legally able to have a gun, whatever, ain't nobody coming to take your guns. And see, that's the misinformation that be put out there, and this is a scare tactic. This is a scare tactic that the NRA will put out there and put it all in the social media. Your Second Amendment is your Second Amendment. You have the right to protect yourself, protect your home. But we don't need 18-year-olds running around with weapons of war. And that's the only thing. That's what constructive gun laws or gun policies that need to be passed so that people, we got homeless people that's out there and they as well be victims, but we got people that got good damn sense that because they get angry, they able to go and get a gun and just go kill somebody because they may be crazy too, and they just like suicide by cop, or but they're gonna take somebody out with them. Your gun rights, they're always gonna be there. It's in the Constitution, but we do not have the right in a society, a civil society, to have weapons of war. Those guns were made for war, not for to run around with in cities and kill citizens. And people get all this misinformation, these scare tactics that they put out there. If you're legally carrying a gun for your protection, if you legally have a gun in your house and it is registered, that is your Second Amendment right. Ain't nobody finna come do that. What they're trying to do is ban the assault weapons that they use in wars. Now, and I just to say this. Hey, if you want to be carrying around that, you need to take your ass over there to Afghanistan or somewhere where they do that shit at. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way that we need those kind of weapons. You know what I'm saying? They need that what all it is common no nonsense gun laws. Common sense gun laws. You know, take together was saying, like make it take a while. It should take a minute for you to get your gun. They need to check you, need a thorough background check. You know what I'm saying? It don't. I mean, like,
They make sure they check a background when they do somebody's job application to
yeah,
find out if they a felon or not, so they don't have to give them the job. So they can
yeah.
definitely find something to do where they can check the backgrounds of people that get guns. Yeah.
They need to keep
So
initiating the red flag laws. All
yeah.
these things will help and then also the governor, I mean the mayor of Louisville, he spoke today. You know, when they do the gun turn in thing, they auction those guns off. So I guess the NRA come get those guns and they back on the street.
Hey, APTV, did you want to come up and
You know what I'm
chime
saying?
in?
So those guns should be able to be destroyed. But they like a resale. They have a resale. Okay.
Yeah.
So, ain't nobody come to get your guns. If you legally registered to carry a gun, can't nobody take your gun. That's your Second Amendment right. That's one thing they can't take from you. They just want to ban these assault weapons.
All right, all right, all
Okay.
right,
All
all
right.
right. So I hear all of that. I'm 64. I done lived all of that. I'm a veteran. I done been through that. So uh, here's my take on that.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution was never written for people of color in the first place. So for one, we
Preach.
getting our fists roughed over something that considered us to be a commodity.
Less than human.
Less than what was I forget the percentage of
We three
human it
fifths.
was, but
Three, yeah.
yeah. So it don't apply to people of color. So when I hear people talk about that Second Amendment, I'm like, that shit don't apply to us. But to each his own. You know what I'm saying? To each his
And it
own.
really don't. They
You know
don't.
what I'm saying?
You know,
Check out
Michael
really,
Jackson
really.
told us they don't really care about
If
us.
if you really want to understand it, check out that 13th Amendment in detail, for real. Go check that out, and then holler at me, later on, and then we can get in depth on that. Cause man, I had a guy teach and show me that, you know.
The 13th Amendment, meaning that they can call us back to be slaves at any time. They got a whole lot of,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh man, I'm talking about
yeah,
it's so many loopholes in that shit to where people be getting excited, and I'll be like, man, y'all didn't really study and look at that. You got to go
yeah.
in
I know
depth.
what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? You got
I
to go
know
in
what you're
depth.
talking
So
about.
so my three things is homeless veteran. See, I'm a veteran, man, and I've been homeless twice, and ain't nowhere in the world I should have. after serving this country should have to come back and be homeless, not once but twice. But thank God, God saw different. You know what I'm saying? And the second thing that irks me is the mental health crisis that's going on here, because I remember in Chicago back in the day when we used to send motherfuckers to St. Charles or Mantina,
Right.
somewhere where you
My
used to,
mother was in most of those places. I know
yeah, you
about
know what I'm
that.
saying? 'Cause, man, you
Yeah.
used to turn people in and get $25
I,
on some flowers.
Tony,
You know
Right.
what I'm
I
saying?
always love Mantina.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So mental, homeless veterans, mental
Yeah.
health issues, man, and these missing black women and children.
Yeah.
See, man, it's happening so much here in the South Shore area till I am scared to death.
Are
Cause it's
you in
all,
Chicago?
yes,
Oh, I
yes,
am
Yeah.
too.
yeah. I'm on
What about the
77.
two little girls? I
Um,
never heard any more about that.
They
nothing.
they are
So,
trafficking black women and getting the melanin, and they're selling the melanin
and they doing
and
body
organs
organs, and they doing organs and
and
stuff. So,
organs.
and I'm over here in South Shore, so I see it's been a lot of activity going on over here about missing.
Really?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I used to live in South Shore area.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I try to stay in the
Cooking with
loop.
JW. You live in Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago. I just moved up north. I
Oh,
live right in, but I'm right in the college area of Loyola.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, I just moved from the
I'm in
Kenmore
Joliet.
area.
I come from Chicago, but I'm in Joliet, Illinois.
Oh, you in Joliet?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the Kenmore area. Lived in the South Shore area. Like when I first, cause I'm a West Sider. I'm from the West Side, born and bred. I may know some of the projects you was talking about.
Oh, you was
I
hanging over there
told
in
you.
Cabrini, huh?
No, I never lived in Cabrini.
Ah,
I used to
okay,
go and hang out there.
okay.
Yeah, but basically the village and things like that. More east. Yeah. So yeah, I know exactly. But I always wondered about the two girls, those two girls. And people and I used to well, this was my hope that the mother just hid them. That was my hope. That she just hid them because DCFS was coming for them. But I don't know now because there's nothing else more. And I don't think she was really talking. That's what made me kind of suspicious. You know what I'm saying? That really made me suspicious. Yeah. But go ahead and continue. I'm getting with this.
No, that's but that's it though. That's pretty much it. And if we can all just just stop so much so focusing on that bullshit that they dangling in front of our face, and let's look behind that wall right there and see what's actually going on. Cause man, it's some stuff that's going on that don't even get shared on the news.
Right. That's why I always look deeper. And this is why I try to give people certain places to go for their news.
Hmm.
And these people will come out with things that the mainstream news do not talk
Not
about.
talk about.
And so I look, I'm gonna tell y'all, you have like they're like YouTubers like us, but they just a little bit higher than us. And if they're political, they gonna get they find out stuff and they put it on there. But because you gotta be careful. Like I be telling people, and people think I just got something against Fox News.
No.
But I tell people Fox News is getting sued by Dominion for $1.6 billion.
Billion. Yeah.
And they knew that it was a lie that the Orange Cheeto was telling, but yet they wanted his fan base because if not, their ratings would go down. You know, and I was like, you gotta be kidding. But I always knew they was lying anyway because we kind of know. Because if you do your research, because I research things. I research things on anything because I'm just not going to listen to what you say. I'm going to listen to what you say out of your mouth, but I have to do my own research. I was very good at social studies.
Oh
When it
yes.
came to history, I'm like, okay, damn, this what happened. Shit, let me look, let me go.
Hmm.
And this is why books are always being important to me
Yep.
because our history is very important for all of us to know, to have some kind of knowledge about, even if it's very little, because we have children, us as being people of color, we have children that needs to be informed because just as what they're doing now banning books, they're not just banning the books that Together was
No,
talking
they're
about.
not banning books. They're adding books that should not be
No,
in the
no, I'm
school
talking
system.
about the I'm
But
talking
what I
about
wanted to talk about, moving right along, is when Tony is stating um, we still need morals, values, and principles. Things have got to start getting back into the homes. Things have got to be getting back into the homes, and we are so worried about things that we should not be worrying about, and coming together and raising these kids and and teaching things in the homes about values, morals, integrity. Everybody looking out for everybody, not worrying about
absolutely.
what religion they are, not what politician they like, and teaching our kids things in the home, teaching them that there are just some things wrong because this all of this um, molestation, incest, and stuff is very new to me. I do not know. I did not experience this type of stuff that goes on in the homes. We have a lot of things, a lot of generational curses that need to be broke. And until we start addressing people, calling people out for their wrongdoing, this type of behavior, lying, and different things, because as Tony said, the laws was not made for us. So they don't care about no girls lying on no black men. It did not take them no 30 years to catch no one man who they claiming terrorized everybody in Chicago. We've got to stop falling for what they tell us and get back together and start being our own community, neighboring our communities. They're not going to do it for us. They're not going to do it for us. So, and the system is messed up. When they talk about constitutional rights, you didn't hear about Harvey Weinstein, um, Charlie Sheen. You didn't hear nothing about any of their constitutional rights being violated because again, the Constitution was not meant for us. It was not meant for us. There is still two different sets of rules from people of color to those people.
Well, can I just say this? Can I say something to that point that you making right now?
Please do. Please do.
Okay, well, I've always been a fan of Art Kelly. But one thing I always knew that he was a groomer of young girls. Because he have called my house when I lived in Oak Park. The girl on the tape with the P thing going on. Yeah. They used to come to my house all the time, all the little girls and everything, and they was very excited about R. Kelly. He would call them, he'd be on my phone. And at the time, and they would come in and everything. And I'm not gonna say their names, but I will say this. R. Kelly is exactly what they claim him to be. Allegedly, I know this for a fact. He's not no innocent man. And I would want to be I would want to use my phone, and then I talked to him, and I said, "Hey," he's like, "Hey, this is Kelly." Like I was gonna get excited. I said, "Hey, I need to use the phone. They could call you back later," and I hung up. But this was a thing that all these girls, they was in high school, so
So did you
he
do
used to
anything
frequent
about
that
it?
school.
Did you
He used to
form a
frequent that.
neighborhood plan? Did you
No, he used
tell
to
the
frequent that
neighborhood people?
school with the girls. He was messing with the one that ended up when I seen that video, I did not want to watch it. But when I seen it, I'm like, oh my God, that's her. So, and as far as I heard, because I don't get in that kind of business shit. As I heard, they were still messing around. So when you talk about women that are in that allow things to happen with their children, they're grooming them to do it because it's about a bag, and that's and that's just what I feel. You know what I'm saying? And the people
But
that
but
help them.
so so you said, every what kills me is everybody that knew this behavior and nobody did nothing.
Right,
Like,
because they everybody about a bag. I couldn't believe it myself when I seen that video because my children was like, "Oh, mom, this such and such. Look at this video." And at that
See,
time, I was like, "No, I want to see that shit."
see, that go to show you that uh, April wasn't paying attention to me when I said it earlier. I said, man, I had spoke on that earlier about how people in his
Yeah,
entourage, allowed it to happen.
yeah,
They allowed it to happen. See, we knew Rob was freaky from growing up. I'm telling y'all, this ain't nothing new.
right,
This ain't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. So it's the people who he
they
entrusted himself
enabled that
around
shit.
him. That
They
yeah,
enabled
you
it.
know what I'm saying? Because bottom matter is, it was all about the bag anyway.
All about the bag.
It was all about the bag
And
anyway, man.
he
did
probably
you
was
take money
aggressive because
when
he
Look,
you
that
let
had
the
the big
girls call
head.
your phone?
look, look. The pattern was set. The
Yes.
pattern was set already from the get go. Okay, now if you listen to any R. Kelly song from the beginning, from his
Yes.
first song, if you listen to any R. Kelly song from the beginning, it gives you the narrative of what's finna happen,
Right.
and so the story begins. You know what I'm saying?
Woo!
I grew up with him. I
Wait
was
a
in the
minute.
studio.
They
I
told
know
me.
it told you what was coming.
Yeah. The bump,
Then,
look, the bump and grind.
then,
Ride, what is that? Ride it.
but
What is
look,
that? Ride. Oh
but
my
look,
God, that shit
but
was for real.
for
That's
real,
how
but
he got down.
right, and then uh, he showed y'all with the in the closet.
Yeah, in the closet.
He showed
In
y'all.
the closet.
You know what I'm saying? So the man telling, he giving y'all his whole life history through this performance on this big ass stage, not knowing that shit gonna come back to haunt his ass.
Well, you know what? That was his persona. That
Yeah,
was him
Mr.
personally.
Entertainment, Mr.
Right.
Entertainment. You
And
know,
so he's just reliving all the damn things that he was fucking doing. He's writing about it
and and he's
and
giving you the
making
show.
money.
Right, he's giving you the show.
Yeah.
And
He was,
motherfuckers was eating it up. They was eating it up.
But you know what? I just
But
still
now, so
always
why
think.
should everybody be angry?
Well, I
Just
don't know nobody
why
that's
should
angry.
everybody
I'm
be
not angry.
angry and hate him and say throw him in jail and everybody enable him?
Okay, well that's how big business is. He's an
Yeah,
entertainer. He's a
that's corporation.
celebrity. He got honchos. You
That's
have, it's the
corporation.
same thing like it's being in a gang or being in a cult. They are lackeys. They're honchos. They
The
want the
mob.
bag.
The
You know what
mob.
I'm saying?
It's the mob. The
They
Tommy,
when look,
FBI.
I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you this. My nephew and my
Tommy,
sons have been
Tommy,
out
what
there in
they trying to
Olympia
say now,
fields where and
excuse
playing
me,
basketball with him. And I heard that his wife was always like he had her locked up in a mansion. Look, oh my God, it is nothing. It
Tommy.
is nothing that's
Now
like
Yeah.
surprising,
they are
huh?
trying to say like you got some people that kids are missing, right? And they are trying to link some of these missing girls to him. I'm like, y'all done went too far now.
They can't link nothing that they already know the girls because the girls they are grown now. If there was any
No,
little girls, I think they
cooking
would
with
have been known
JW.
about it.
Please let me finish.
Okay,
Please
I'm
let me
sorry.
finish. There is a lady whose daughter has been missing, and she's trying to say that R. Kelly Camp hung out in the Bridgeport area. They trying to link him to missing girls now. I'm like, no, y'all going too far now. Hey,
That's
Nexie,
too far.
how you doing, Nexie?
Hi, Miss April. Hi, panel.
Hey,
It not about. I wanted to say something about the. You said that education, for our kids and everything starts at home. I think somebody said that.
right.
Okay, so I have four children, two daughters and two sons. My daughters are the eldest, and it does. Education starts at home. My daughter, when she was in her teenage years, she will come home and say, oh, can I go to this party? My friend is going, blah blah. I said, no, you're not going. And dad will say the same thing, no, you're too young. And she's like, oh my god, I hate you guys. You guys never let me do anything. And I'm like, you're gonna be grown one day and then you can make your own decisions. And when she was like 20 years old, her friend invited her over to a rave. It was going to be in Las Vegas.
Mm.
And she was still at home going to college. And she's like, Mom, can I go? Everybody's going. I said, yes, but I'm driving you guys there. I'm staying in the hotel with you guys. I'm going to drop you off at the rave. I'm going to pick you up in the morning. And then we'll do the same thing the next day. And that's exactly what I did. I was not going to let my daughter, even though she was 20 years old, I was not going to let my daughter go by herself to Las Vegas from California with friends who knows what they were going to do. So they got ready. They had these pretty little tutus and everything. And she was upset in the beginning. I can't believe my mom is with me because none of the other girls' mothers went. But I didn't care. My husband and I are very, very strict. We're very strict with our children. And she was upset, but when I picked them up in the morning, she was so happy. Mom, I'm so happy you came with me. I wouldn't have been able to drive right now. I'm so tired. And so they
Yes,
slept all day, and the next day we did the same thing because it was a 2-day event. But now that she's in her 30s, she thanks me for all of that. She says, I'm so grateful and so thankful to you and dad that you guys were so strict with us and that you guys kept us in line because I wouldn't be who I am now today if it wasn't for you guys. And it's true. Everything starts at home. They're gonna get upset. They're gonna throw tantrums. They're gonna say whatever they want out of their beautiful little mouth. But it's your job as a parent to parent until they're of age and they can make their own decisions. At that point, there's 21. There's nothing you can do. But if they're still 18, living under my roof, going to college with my money, I still have a say.
You better know it. You
that's
tell it.
right.
You tell it, baby. You tell it.
That's
And
So
look,
for
right.
but
me, I feel bad for these parents. I'm in disbelief. I was with Atmos listening to those text messages. I'm sickened. I am in so much disbelief of what's going on between this mother and daughter. It doesn't sound like a mother and daughter. It sounds like a best friend and or an acquaintance and a
Yeah,
child.
two business partners.
It's like, how can you let a 17-year-old travel trotting around the world by herself? How can you do that? Like, I'm in disbelief. I'm just like shaking my head the whole time and sick to my stomach because I'm thinking all the things that could have happened to this child because these people are so hungry for fame, money, whatever it is that they're hungry for. But it's very upsetting, very sad because everybody let that child down. The parents weren't parenting. They were just living for their own self, for their own troubles. You know what I mean? And the poor kid was completely alone. And R. Kelly, yeah, he is at fault for whatever it is that they're accusing him of. I understand that. But at the same time, as a parent, you need to make sure that your children are well thought at home and that they are controlled, you know, in a controlled environment somehow because they're still young. At 17, they're still little kids. That's all I have to say. I'm not.
17, 17 to 17 to send your child out to Las Vegas and big places like that. They
Yeah, I
did
was
the
shocked.
research. They did him. I don't know if y'all can hear me because there is a train
Yes.
going by. I live by train tracks. That's
No, we
why
can
I
hear you clearly.
muted. I didn't want everybody to hear the train tracks. But the mother and daughter were like a tag team. They researched him and they preyed on him. And
Yeah,
that's, and I'm not, I'm only talking about this situation.
yeah, yeah. Of
This
course.
situation. Not
Yes.
not Aaliyah, not
No,
everybody,
no,
not
no, no.
not
We're
that.
talking about
I'm
this
only
17-year-old
talking
that.
about what was presented in front of us with these text messages, and they what they were enablers. These were people. They were no better than a dope dealer dangling dope to a person that's in rehab, in recovery, or somebody pouring an alcoholic a drink.
It like I said, before the age of consent and even after, like I said, this is I'm Hispanic, so we're very, very, like, we don't care about the age. We don't have any age limit when it comes to telling our kids what to do. We don't have any filter when it comes to that. And my kids know now. They're like, gosh, we're in our 30s and she's still telling us what to do. But as a parent, before the age of consent, n- to allow your child to roam around whatever it is that she is without any one of you or a sibling, to be there with her. I don't care what he says. Oh, I don't want anyone. I don't care. My child is underage and therefore she's going to go with her sister, or I'm going to be with her. If you want to work with her, I'm with her there. If not, then let us know and we don't work together. That's the end of that. There's
Yeah, just
no
the fact
there
that
there
she even sent her out there alone
That's what
is
I'm
just
saying. There's no
is
middle.
just total. Like, girl, you go to these airports now, you going to security, you going to a big hotel out there in Las Vegas. You got everything out there. Las Vegas is Sin City.
I don't even like to go to Las Vegas by myself, and I'm
Like,
almost 60.
oh my God. Like, you send a 17-year-old kid, it's just unreal. But
that
now,
that's the
but
only place where I fault
what
the
do
parents.
you think, Nexie? Do you think the do you think is the girl is since she did lie now we whether we want to say it or not, but she did lie. She schemed and she plotted. So
Yeah.
I
You know,
mean
you
she
know,
was
you know,
in on it.
Miss
Now
April, with cases like R. Kelly and a lot of other cases that are high profile. I'm sorry, and that they go through different phases of it. I know that a lot of us are questioning why isn't the entire entourage in jail? Why is everybody roaming around like nothing, and he's the only one in there? But these things have a process. So to me, is I'm just gonna let it go because I know that they're not finished yet. You know what I mean? They're still working on. It's like the mafia. They have to get the big honcho first, and then they go for the little guys. And
they
that's
gave
what I
half
think
of
is
them
gonna happen.
immunity, girl. They
Well,
gave them
not
folks immunity.
yes, but remember, if you lie under oath, your immunity goes out the window. And that's
And
why
that
they tell
girl
you,
lied.
and that's what they tell you is very important that when you're under oath, you do not lie. You tell them the truth, for as uncomfortable as it is, you say the truth, and that's why you press your hand on that Bible. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
See, perjury is a funny thing here in
Thank
America.
you. Hmm. Thank you. Perjury, it's
Girl,
a
they can cross their
bitch.
fingers while they got while
Sorry.
they cross their fingers when they saying that oath with the Bible. So that don't
Yes,
mean nothing. They cross their fingers and say,
yes,
"Forgive
but
me, God. I know I'm about to lie." So
yes, but remember, God is very fair, and
Yeah,
we may not see it right now. We just have to give it time.
right.
Just wait. Everything is sorts itself out.
Yeah,
We
because
cannot.
he
We
reigned on the just as well as the unjust. So you know what I'm saying? You just got to
Thank
be,
you.
just got to have that patience and wait it out. That's why I tell a lot of people when it comes to this subject right here, R. Kelly, politics and religion, boy, you about to get into a feud. You know what I'm
Yeah, you
saying?
get
well,
you know
let me
what?
You
tell
There's
you,
finna
so
get.
many
let me
there's
tell
so
you,
many things
Tony,
floating
folks
from
be
left to
about
right,
to
from left to
kill
right.
me, and I really don't even like to talk about the subject because he's like a family friend to us. I'm
M-
standing by him no matter what. But
Miss
the more
April.
time, like these text messages.
No,
Now
Miss
I ain't
April.
talking
You
about what he did with nobody else. I'm talking about the text messages that came out between him and between that girl and her mother, and she was the star witness in New York. They built a whole case. S-
Yeah,
Like I think what was it, Nexty? 5 or 6 of his charges had to do with her.
yes. And Miss April, you don't have to feel bad because you have a personal connection with this person. Okay?
I
That's
don't
your
feel
that's
bad,
no
but
no for
people can't even say like they was wrong.
no no
Well, he
no.
didn't know they were wrong.
No, no, what I'm
Y'all
saying
want
is
to
you're
point the finger and say he was wrong, but
no no, I
you
know,
not.
but you have a connection with him. So this is your person. You have to stick with him. That's your person, no matter good or bad.
I don't care
When you
what nobody say.
when you
I
love
ride with
someone,
mine till the wheels fall off.
thank you, but that's your person. That's what you're supposed to do when you love people. No matter
I'm
what,
not in
you're
love with
there.
him. We love him.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah,
Exactly. When you love someone, I don't mean in
yeah.
love. I mean when you love someone, you love your
And I'm
friends,
not.
you
I'm.
love your
I'm. I'm
siblings.
not condoning. I'm not
No, and you're
condoning
not.
his wrongness neither.
We
But
know that.
damn, I mean, some things was wrong. Y'all can't even say, well, these people was wrong. They lied, plotted, and schemed. Hearing them text messages, you would be like, well, shit, did they have a whole brothel going on?
And don't mistake, but the judges and they have all of this. So, like I told you before, with this laws, like the young gentleman said before, with this laws, you bouncing back and forth. You bouncing back left, right, because they change this, they do that, they drop this. But it's a process. It takes time. You get whiplash from going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because things come up, things get reduced,
Yeah.
this gets put up. So don't lose hope.
See, I done did some
That's the only thing
calendars,
I
so
can.
I know how the system work. You know what I'm saying? That's why. No, seriously, I done gave the state some calendars, so I know how it
Okay.
go. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So
So
you cannot
you
lose
know
hope.
when it
You
come
can't.
when it come with to appeals and all of that, there, man, you just got to keep
Hello?
the faith. You got to keep the
Yes.
faith
Hello?
and keep believing in
Yeah.
your own heart. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of
Like I
what other
said,
people
that's
say.
that's her person, and
Yeah,
she's gonna have to
Okay,
believe
should
on
I
that.
come
Now,
down?
I'm
Okay.
different.
All
I
right.
have nothing there
Okay.
invested. So to me, I just see him for what he
All
is,
right.
but that's just my opinion. But
right.
I'm not gonna
Okay.
pin that on Miss April because that's her person.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
gonna disrespect her, like, why are you talking about, why are you? No, that's her person. And if she doesn't advocate for him, who will? He has nobody else.
Yeah.
So she has to be there, cheering him on and giving him hope and faith and everything, because he's alone. He's completely alone.
Thanks for understanding
But
that. I set up. See, I done set up and I done heard them call rob everything but a child of God.
isn't that right?
And the minute I open my mouth and say them people was wrong, they want they want to bring up Ariel, um, all them other people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the situation, what's going on right now with these text messages and these people. They were wrong. They
Mm-hmm.
plotted and schemed against them. They
Yes.
were wrong.
Yes. Very wrong. And you see
And,
now
and,
now
and why of us people of color, we so hard on our own? Y'all forgave and voted Joe Biden in. That's just sent all of these black men to jail in the '90s. But we want him to go to jail, which it really should be statutory rape if they lied and then some time served or whatever. If all of this was going on, 30 years? Are you kidding me?
like I said, there is more, we have no right to get upset at you if you defend him or you say something for him, because like I told you before, that's your person and you have the right to do that. Now, you have to remember, in the beginning it was there, everybody was pointing fingers at him, right? Him. Right now, fingers are starting to be pointed in different areas. Just think about that. How much has transpired in 4 years? So you know what I mean, Miss April?
Yeah,
Exactly. Now, all the
yeah.
fingers are not just pointing at him. Right now, they're pointing at a certain person and her family, because we were all, not me personally, but they were all fooled. So right now, like I said, everything
Yeah, I mean,
changes.
these are people that got on Lifetime and lied. Like Lifetime and
And
lied and told a lie. A whole completely different story. Like,
and
this
that's
is crazy. Everybody on that documentary told all of these lies. Like, show me the real victims.
and that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that everything sorts itself out. There's no rushing it. There's no point in getting how
Oh,
can I
girl, I
even.
ain't getting upset because after tonight, I'm going to be done talking about it because, shoot, with this stuff, if anybody want copies of the text messages, here, let me put my email in here, and I'm going to stand by mine. I'm going to stand by my family, my friends, till the
Exa-
wheels fall off. And so,
exactly. And the wheels of justice are the ones that turn the slowest. So you have to, like I said, you have to wait and see. Let things sort themselves out, because you know we never know. We don't know what's gonna happen. A lot of people, like you said, they lied on television networks. Who knows what can happen there? They lied, If they lied under oath, because I wasn't there, so I don't know. This is just what I'm speculating. Like I said, I'm not saying she did. Let's say she did lie under oath or whatever. Then we don't know what's gonna happen there. So just let the wheels of justice turn, and just keep your faith
Yeah,
and your hope, and just stick around your person. There nobody can judge
yeah,
you for that. That's your family
yeah.
friend, and that's it. That's all.
Oh, I
There's nothing else
knew
to
I
say.
was done today when they got some lady, her daughter missing. Now they trying to, and he was in jail at the time. They trying to link her to him. I'm like, oh no, this too much. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Uh-uh.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, the girl that is
Mm-mm.
missing.
No. But yeah, it is what it is. But like I say, we are people, we so judgmental. Like I say, everybody knew all this stuff was going on. It was about the bag. Um, I don't know. Yeah. But tonight will be the last night I'll be talking about it. Um, to the next to the next set of text messages
Text
appear.
messages come up. Right, right.
Exactly.
Until the
Until
next
exactly until the next batch. Then we talk
right.
about it some
until the
more.
All,
next round, and you gonna be floored again, cause
yeah.
to hear a girl's mother tell her to think about a Prince song, are you on your like this is like unbelievable to me.
I know. I was.
I'm
I'm with
just
Agnes.
blown away. My mother wouldn't have never been. I couldn't have even imagined my mother telling me to suck a man's
I can imagine
penis.
myself telling my daughter that with her husband. Like, wow, no,
Like,
no, 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 no,
you
no,
know,
no.
we had such an outrage for who was that Tiffany Haddish that was, alleged. Well, it was on video where, well, yeah, where she was teaching the kids how to suck on the cucumber. Can you imagine your mother telling you this what you do to a man? I couldn't even imagine my mother telling me that. This is some way out mess. Oh my
Yes, it
God.
is.
It's like,
Yes, it is.
man,
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's nowadays.
you
It's
reading
just
them,
it's a
Tony?
different upbringing.
Tony,
Well, I
I
just wanted to
can't
say that.
direct you to
Thanks for
some
giving me
people's
time.
channels that they are actually reading the text messages out loud in case you don't want to listen to them. All the bloggers got them. They everywhere. They all on social media. The big
Actually,
bloggers down to the little bloggers.
yeah,
Hey, you knew?
Admis is reading them right now, Miss
Hello.
April.
Yeah.
Hello.
But Tony
Hello.
said that that's what they did. Hey, you knew? Tony was saying that,
Hello.
that's what they did for a bag. So he wasn't lying on Gail King, Tony, when he said them parents, yo,
Yeah,
they, they kids to him. Lord have mercy.
man. I'm telling y'all, man. A
Something.
lot of people act surprised. I'll be like, man, come on, man. If y'all really been following this dude, man, y'all know. You
Yes,
know, y'all
they
know.
know.
Nah, it's just the fact that see, my thing with the with those in his entourage, those greedy summer bitches. My
Mm-hmm.
thing with them is that they knew
Why didn't you
that
say anything?
no, no, I'm talking
Good
about as
job,
far as
fellas.
even I'm talking about even if they knew about his ways and what he was doing,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm talking about the personal effect that it's gonna have on me, the blowback. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? The
Yes.
blowback that I'm gonna put my people, my family through behind all of
It's
this.
true.
See,
That's true.
that's
You're
what
right.
see that's the
You're right.
missing element right there that
You're so
everybody tend
right.
to forget. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
right. That
Man, so
retaliation for
man,
being a
it's it
whistleblower, right? kind of
Yeah,
like that.
it's a lot of moving parts in this, in all of this madness. It's a whole lot of them there,
It's true. I
and that's
forgot
why I
about
say,
that part.
like I tell people all the time, I am a real friend of the family. I grew up with them. You know, I helped Rob carry the little red flyer wagon with all this equipment and stuff down to the red lines when he was first starting out singing on the L platforms. So I know
Yeah.
this family personally. You
First
know what
hand
I'm saying?
knowledge. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, and when it all hit the light, I wasn't surprised because I
You're.
told people, if you listen to his music from the beginning all the way up to the last, it tells you his whole life story. It's doing it. It's telling you his whole life story. And so when the people in the business saw that, well, we can turn this into a production on stage and make it a mega thing. Then that's when he went into all of that. Okay, well, let me put my story on this video thing. What should I call it? Ooh, I'm gonna do in the closet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now I'm acting out everything I'm living on stage, and people paying to see it. You know what I'm saying?
And have no
And
idea what I'm doing.
turn a blind eye to what I'm doing, cause I'm showing y'all what's happening.
That's
I'm
true.
showing
That
y'all.
is
I'm
so
telling
true.
y'all, this me feeling on your booty, boots. I'm telling you. So
Oh.
all of that didn't shock me. You know what shocked me was, like I say, the people he had in his entourage who didn't have their own best interests at heart. That's what,
Yes.
that was the downfall that I hated. You know what I'm saying? Because I told him to watch them snakes, man. Watch them
Yes.
snakes you surround yourself with. Because everybody
Listen,
there for
he
you
called.
ain't with you.
Wait a minute.
Thank you.
He called you pickle, didn't he?
Yeah, that's my nickname growing up,
Yeah,
Pickle.
from the low end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cause
I'm not gonna ask.
every time you saw me growing up, I had a dill pickle with a peppermint in the middle. That was
Okay.
my thing.
Okay. Okay. Then it's okay. Then I was not gonna ask, but
Okay,
since
that's why I had to explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a childhood thing.
Yeah.
but thank you, because I was
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, should I ask? No, 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 don't ask.
Tony, do you think they can recover as a family? And
Sure,
I pray for
They
family
sure.
will.
healing, him and his
Do
brothers.
do
And
They will.
listen to this. Listen. I'm gonna tell you this here. If you really truly love your family, regardless of what they done did, what they done went through, what they done been through, or none of that there, if you truly love your family, no matter what, when it's all said and done, I'm still gonna love you regardless.
Hmm.
yeah.
Regardless. You know what I'm saying? See, what get me with our people is we so quick to turn our back on each other when we at our lowest.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When we at our lowest, we already know how to tear our own self down. In them moments right there, we need somebody to just come on. Come on. I know, but just come on. We gonna get through this together. But we don't do that. We don't do that. Not no more. We used to.
Do you think he wasn't protected as a child?
Right. Well, I told you I grew up with we saw some things that we shouldn't have never saw as children growing up by misinformed adults who was misinformed through them
Hmm.
generational curses. What happens in this house stays in this house. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we all have, but that's a part of growing up, to learning how to deal with situations that we have no control over the
Are
matter.
beyond your control.
Yeah, that we have no control over the matter. We try to get an understanding to our best point of view. It makes no sense to me, but right now I know I need to step away from that.
Of
You know what I'm
course.
saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, the family can always recover, man. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
they got to have a willingness and a desire to forgive and forget.
Hmm. There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Amen to
And
that.
don't bring it back up. If we gonna say we didn't forget it, then don't bring it up no more. It's gone.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to get to the point of where we realize truly that we are all we got.
How
Yeah.
much time do you think that he should have?
I didn't think Bill Cosby deserved all that time he got, but hey, who am I to speak? I didn't think I deserved the time I got. Shit, but the get judge gave it to me.
Okay.
Shit, I wasn't looking to do no seven. Shit, I thought he'd say, "Go ahead, give me a year." Shit, I gave him 7 calendars. So man, I don't know. That's why I say, man, that scales of justice is unbalanced, and she wear a blindfold for a reason.
Yes,
You
yes,
feel what I'm
yes,
saying? And
yes.
that's all I'm gonna say on that matter, because I know Big Brother listening.
Yeah, and another thing is that once you're in
Oh,
there, you're
oh,
in
okay.
their hands. There's
Yeah,
nothing you can do.
not that's a whole new different world. Trust
Right.
me. So yeah, but I'm praying. I'm praying that the situation in New York get a little better. You know,
Mm-hmm.
than what's really happened here in the side. That New York thing scares me more so than anything else, because New York is a whole different beast. And I don't know why, cause they deal with mob activity all the time. So, but that's another show.
That's why it scares you. That's
Yeah.
why it scares you because
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's federal. That
yeah,
is a
yeah.
there's a different ball game.
It's a
That's a
different ball game.
total
Yeah,
different ball game.
yeah, yeah.
Do
So
y'all think that he'll get a new trial due to these text messages?
I don't know. Federal, I don't know. I'm not very familiar with. I'm not sure if that will be enough. Maybe if his lawyer works something, or you know what I mean? But I don't know. I really don't know. Like I said, once they have you in there, the ball is in their, in their
yeah,
courtyard. It's nothing to
oh
do
yeah,
with you.
Right, because you gotta go before appeal boards, and if they ain't feeling you, and you know
Uh,
all of that goes into play, don't it, for the appeal?
Miss April,
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard when I was at Atmos, because that's how I learned about you. I originally, because I'm a I've been working, since the pandemic. I've been working so much, so I didn't even know R. Kelly had been indicted or anything. I had no idea because we were working around the clock, right? And so once I got time off and slowed down, I see the New York trial for R. Kelly, and I'm like, what? And I asked my son, what's going on? He's like, what do you mean, what's going on? Mom, you don't know? I'm like, dude, I'm always working. What do you mean you don't know? So I started looking for ways to get information. And I went into a couple of YouTube, sites, and I didn't really like them. So I landed on Atmos, and they were reading, the transcripts. And I was like, I like that he wasn't putting his own spin. He was reading off of the transcripts. So from Atmos, I heard about you, being his friend and everything, and Atmos has great appreciation and admiration for you. So I started coming, to your channel to see what was all about. And I like it, by the way. But yesterday I was telling Atmos, or no, 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 I'm sorry, probably a couple of days ago, maybe. I have a cousin who, I'm from California. Okay, my cousin in his 20s went out with his buddy, cruising, and his friend shot at a house and killed somebody. So we're talking about Campton in California. So my cousin was running with the wrong crowd, right? We knew that already. He was doing the wrong thing. But anyway, my cousin is being incarcerated for 37 years. 37, since he was 20 years old. And that's state. And we still haven't been able to get him out. And he didn't kill the person. He didn't pull the trigger. He didn't do anything but just cruise with his friend.
hmm
His friend killed the person. His friend had the gun. His friend shot the house. His friend did everything, but he was in the same car with his friend. So he's been incarcerated for 37 years.
yeah.
He was
Accessory by
20.
guilt by association.
Yes, sir. But what I was trying to tell
Wow.
Mr. Levi, because he talks and talks and talks, and I was trying to kind of tell him that I don't blame the justice system for my cousin. I blame my cousin because if he would have followed my aunt's instructions, like we're pretty much we were going to college. We're the same age. We're going to college, we were already going in a good path. He kept continue to hang out with his friends. He didn't want to go to school. He was always doing things that we're not supposed to. And my aunt always told him, one of these days you're gonna get in trouble and they're gonna put you in for life. My aunt fortunately passed away 5 years ago, which was the only one that was always trying to do something for him to get him out. But I don't blame them. I understand, that they have their own rules and whatever, but I blame my cousin because he's the one who committed it. He's the one who was with his friend. He's the one who was doing the wrong things that he was doing. He was the one in that car knowing that there was a gun. You know what I mean? So the choice was my cousin's. It has nothing to do with the police or whatever. They killed the man. So my cousin is at fault, not the system. That's at least what I think. And if one of my children, thank God my children are good kids and everything, but if one of them will break the law and they have to do time, then you know what? They have to
Yeah.
because they're breaking the law. So as much as I love my kids, I don't put anything past them. Like I'm not gonna overprotect to the point
Right.
of saying no, my child will never. How do I
Yeah.
know? I wasn't there.
Right. I tell people that all the
Oh
time. You're not with
no,
your
I'm,
kid twenty
you
four
know,
seven. You don't know
like
what they
I
doing when you
say,
go.
So my cousin was at fault, even though he didn't pull the trigger, even though
Yeah.
he didn't know they were gonna shoot at the guy because this was a drive-by that my cousin had no idea of. But he already know this dude. He had
Right.
already gotten in trouble before because of him.
Yeah.
So he already knew that
He
he
knew what
was
the
putting
guy
himself
mo. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. He knew what he was
hell,
doing.
I'm still traumatized from listening to them read the transcript.
Girl, you need to go get you.
He's on sleep.
Yeah, you need to go lay it down, boo. Go on, lay it down. No, don't
No,
read no more. Don't read no more. Don't
no,
read no more,
I'm
please.
talking about the transcripts from the trial when the people
People,
had
right?
to, yeah,
That's what
shoot,
I'm saying. Please don't read no more.
I'm not,
Okay.
but I had to know. You
I
know what
feel you.
I'm saying?
I
I'm
feel you.
not, you know, like
Yeah.
I say, he ain't a 100% innocent, nor is he
Right.
100% guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
you knew what's up.
I
Yeah,
believe in redemption, cause you know what I'm saying.
me too.
Man,
Everybody should.
God bought me out of man. He bought me from a mess to and made me a messenger. So I know what
Good.
God can do. I know what He can do.
Praise the
So
Lord.
you know what I'm
Yeah,
Praise
saying.
the Lord.
So
yeah.
I don't give up no hope. You know what I'm saying.
No.
All I want Him to do is like I tell Him all the time when I have my conversations with. I tell Him all the time. Look, hey, search your heart, man. You got to change you.
Hmm.
You and God. It's you and God, man. This your time
That's
right
what I
now.
said.
Spend
Amen
this
to that.
time to get you right. You know what I'm
Yep,
saying? Cause look,
yep.
you can
I like
people will forgive you. People will forgive you if they see you truly then change your ways. If you
uh-huh.
truly change your way, people man, we are forgiving people. You
Amen.
know, you know what I'm saying? We
Right,
are.
we are.
You know, we are forgiving people,
Brother
man. So
Keller, what's up? What's up, Keller?
What's up,
so it's gonna
everybody?
happen. What's happening? What's
Oh, Mr.
happening?
Keller's here.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
do
my
you think
DJ friend, Tony Sanchez.
What's
We
happening?
got List You New, you know,
do you
together.
think he would come to that
And
point though to say, I apologize, I beg for your forgiveness? Do you think he can humble himself enough
Yeah.
uh, to do that?
Yeah, yeah. Cause you know what? For me, and I'm gonna tell you about being in solitude when it's just you behind them bars, and in them wee hours of the morning when it's just you and God.
Hmm.
See, that's when the realness come out of any man, or any man. Cause look, cause that's when you ask him, Lord, look, I can't keep doing this. Cause every time I try to do something, I always wind up right here. So, Lord, listen, I surrender. I give. I give. I can't do this without you. And I'm asking you to step into my life. You lead and guide me. And from this day on, I will do your will. And when you come sincere like that, man, you be surprised. See, God works like that. For real. God is an immediate God, man. When you pray a sincere prayer, man, it comes like this here. Now, when
Right.
it comes, Now that's when after it come, then the work come in. Now he gonna test you to see if you really meant what you said. You feel what I'm saying?
Do
Because without the test, there's no testimony.
how long do that take? That process take though.
It's on that individual.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? It's on.
I think at this point I feel like he feel like he have a slither of a hope to wiggle his way out of it. Until everything is exhausted, I don't think he will even explore those the humbleness that's necessary to get the redemption that you're talking about.
It will take him a long time.
I
So
mean,
so I
we
want
still
you to elaborate a little bit on that for me, cause I
okay.
want to know.
Reason when I say that because we still got the appeal going
Hmm.
on right now.
Right.
So I believe with the appeal that's his slither of hope because you got to realize that he's been doing this for a while and he always wiggled his way out. So when you never been held responsible for your actions, you kind of think that okay, I'm invincible. I can get my way out of anything. I've done it before. This time it's just gonna take a little bit more work, and I think it's gonna take for everything to be exhausted, and he come to the and he get to and realize the gravity of the situation he's in. That's when he's gonna possibly get humbled, and I
Okay.
don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon.
It took my
So.
cousin. I'm sorry to butt in because my cousin is still in prison after 37 years. But my cousin in the beginning, he was still the same little defiant boy because he was just a boy. He was only 20, but he was defiant. He will blame everybody but himself. And there was a point where he blocked all of the visits. He wouldn't allow his mom, my aunt, to visit him or his sisters, his brothers. He went on that rage for almost 20 years, and it took him that long for the rage and everything and for him to accept that, hey, I'm here because of me, not because of the way my mom brought me up, not because of the way the society treated me, not because my dad wasn't there. I'm in here because of my decisions. But it
Yeah.
took him almost 20 years to get to that point. And then of course at this point he's 40, right, in his early 40s. And then he started allowing my aunt to come visit because my aunt will try to call him and he wouldn't answer. My cousins will try to call him. I tried to call him a few times and he wouldn't answer me, and I was his favorite cousin. So he wouldn't. And now that he's getting older and that the rage has subside, and that he has accepted God and is working on him. Now he's allowing his sisters to come over. I haven't been able to visit him because of the pandemic and everything, so I wasn't able to. But he's allowing people to visit and call him now. So it took him a very long time, and he wasn't a celebrity. He wasn't put in a pedestal. So for R. Kelly, it might take a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Keller. I'm
Oh no,
sorry.
no, you good, you good.
Tony,
Yeah.
what's your response to what Keller asked you?
Well, everybody's bottom is different.
Right.
And you know, as far as him using this as the last wiggle means, in my opinion, I figure he ain't got shit left to wiggle. To be truthful, you know what I'm saying? I mean, to be truthful, man. Like I stated earlier, this New York thing is the only thing that got me shook. I knew Chicago was gonna do what it did, cause hey, nigga, you embarrassed us. You from here? What the fuck? You
Right.
know what I'm saying? I knew that was coming. You know what I'm saying?
But you know
I'm a
what? It's crazy you say that because New York was the one that was more. I mean, Chicago was more lenient than
right,
than than
right.
than New York was the one that slammed them.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But we had to make a showing in the shadow, man. So that even opened it up even bigger in New York. It magnified it even more. You know what I'm saying? Oh, his hometown convicted him. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? So my
No,
thing
no,
is
no, because New York happened
New York
first.
was first.
New
right.
York happened first.
I know. But
So he wasn't convicted in his hometown as of at that time. Not yet.
not yet.
It was
But the
after.
cases was but the cases was
But we knew the
pending.
we knew the you know we knew what was
Right.
the ingredients for
Yeah.
Chicago.
Right. You know what I'm saying? It all stirred up here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But to actually answer the question, man, when I my last conversation with his brother Bruce, man, it was like,
His brother.
yeah, his brother Bruce. Uh, Rob going through some serious health issues behind bars right now. That's really been under the table, but I'm
We
putting it
all,
out there.
That's not that
But
hasn't been on the table.
you know,
Everybody knew that.
baby, we all
because
Everybody
know
knew that.
about the blood clots. They
but
done called the hospital. They called the
because
MCC.
you know,
Man, they was calling. Hell,
my
they
shit is
they
blowing
ready
up.
to
Everything is
get
blowing up
him
tonight.
out of the MCC.
Yeah, but no, seriously though, man. After talking to Bruce, man, I really do think that he can and he will, man. Because right now, man, my
He's not.
brother,
He don't sound like it right now.
well, you know, we still see a lot of people don't understand. Even though he behind bars and all that, there, man, it's still when you come out there, it's still some people who's looking at him as that Rob the entertainer. So he has to still put up that persona, man. You know, that image, that thing like that, man. Cause that's always out there. That's always out there. The man is a Grammy Award winning legend. So he
You-
always
you-
had to put up that persona, like you know, ain't nothing really bothering me when it's tearing his ass up.
How you feel about his legacy now? Like, do you feel like his legacy is still has it been tarnished, or his
See,
body of work?
to me, you can't never tarnish his legacy on the music because the music and the man is separate. Them two separate entities, man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't know how to remove R. Kelly, the convicted sex offender, from R. Kelly, the entertainer, the multi Grammy winning, you know, performer
I
who
can to a
made,
certain extent. I
you know what
can
I'm
to a
saying?
certain extent.
So that, with me personally, see, I know both sides of them. So it's easy for me, and me being a DJ, I know how to separate the man from the music. So I will never not play R. Kelly music. I tell people that all the time. Man, he from the Shy.
It's
I represent the
impossible. It's
Shy.
impossible not to because he wrote for so many people.
Right. You know what I'm saying? If you actually ban R. Kelly music, that means you can't play Jay Z shit, you can't play Beyonce, you can't play nobody,
Right.
cause he done been on everybody tune. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So his music legacy is forever intact. They will forever make money off of R. Kelly music. Trust me.
Not as much though as they
No,
was.
no, 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 no. See, that America thing. But see, we ain't talking. See, the mega bucks come in overseas.
Mm.
That's where the mega
You know
bucks
what
come
though.
in at.
You know what? I don't know if Africa have the ability to stream his music, but it's like nothing even happened over there. Africa, his fans over in Africa is relentless,
Yes,
relentless.
yes.
So you know what I'm
If
saying?
y'all
So
if y'all wouldn't mind, if y'all can give Tony Sanchez a little slight donation for coming on. Tony usually really don't. In the beginning, he's talking a little bit more now, but he would never go into anything of the family history. Like you said, they all saw something. Tony, if you could put your cash app in the chat, if y'all could give him a little donation for just
No
coming
doubt.
on here.
look. I appreciate that, man. But the donation for me is to spread love, show respect to one another, man. Regardless of what a person may have done or are doing, man, that ain't for us to judge. Cause I got to give account for my own shit when I stand before the Creator. So my thing is this: pay it forward, respect each other, love one another, man. And
Oh,
if you,
okay.
you
All
know what I'm
right.
saying?
Well, okay. Thank
I
you.
appreciate the offer though, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
But
okay.
man, now is the time where I rather spread more love and have more platforms like this here to help elevate each other than to take money from you to where I know you might need it for something else later down the line. You feel what I'm saying? And that's just being
Yeah.
100 cuz all us struggling. You feel me?
I
I
swear, I
first
went
raised
to the
my
grocery store today, and I thought I was gonna have a heart attack in the grocery store.
Girl, I
They done
saw a
Mm.
put the
pack.
extra food stamps.
I saw a pack of chicken wings for $19. I almost fainted in the aisle. $19 for a pack of chicken wings? Come on, man.
That's
Man, it's getting
all.
to
Yeesh.
That's
it,
all. I saw a pack of chicken wings in my store for $30. How about that?
Woo!
man. I was
Man,
watching the news, and they were saying that it was cheaper to eat out. I didn't think they was. I thought they was bullshit.
Well, it probably is. I bought a pack of an 18 pack of eggs. It was 9.99.
I was just finna say that. Somebody told me they paid $9 for a dozen of eggs. I
Nine
was like,
ninety
what?
nine for an 18 pack, and I was like, "What the?" I told the kids, "You guys better stop
I
eating
mean,
from now on."
is it a shortage or like what is it? Price gouging? What's going on?
I don't
I
know what's
don't know.
I don't
they
It,
going
know.
it it's
I don't
crazy.
know,
Yes,
but
it's a
they coming to
shortage.
till the dirt tomorrow. We growing
Yeah,
the
it's a
garden,
shortage.
so I can that I'll be able to. I got me a plot section, and I'm gonna be growing my own greens, tomatoes, and
There you go,
cucumbers.
girl. Man,
So
that's a good salad right there.
Yeah,
Shit.
it is actually a
yeah.
it is a shortage right now.
Hmm.
It is.
They gonna force everybody to go vegan.
Yeah, it's going
Man.
on.
Yeah.
Or value menu eaters for sure. Cause
No,
I
it's
hit the
going.
value meal menu like it ain't nothing. Give me three of
No,
them
it's going
dollar
on.
hamburgers.
What they got dollar hamburgers at?
Man,
I
you
know.
can
I
go to
want to know too.
you can go to Wendy's and get you a 99 cent
Okay, I'm about to take them out.
I don't
yeah.
mean to
I thought that was
Where?
over with.
Where?
I mean
Wendy's
I
ain't
don't mean
got
to
no
interrupt.
99-cent meal no more.
Man, Wendy's just
What
had a
you say,
99 cent thing. Cause we got one right up the
it's,
street.
Miss April.
I went over there. It's $1.25.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'll
Right
take
about
that
Hell
too.
yeah.
Shoot, let's go.
Thanks, Anita. She said this is an awesome live. So yeah, Tony. I said, well, we gave them a pass after the tape, and we should have been. Everybody should have been getting on them then.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, I ain't got nothing but love for the Kelly family, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
um, for the people that actually knew what was going on, man, and just say, "Hey, man, I'm just here for the ride." You dig what I'm
right.
saying? May they burn in hell too. You know what I'm saying? Because man, they had an
Let me ask,
obligation to steer that brother in a different direction
let
once
me
you
ask you
found
this,
out.
Tony. Let me ask you this, Tony.
Hmm.
Let's say if you was in that circle, right?
I tried to be. I tried. Yeah.
This is just a hypothetical.
Okay.
Let's say you in his circle and you see what he's doing to, these that to you it appears to be a underage minor.
Hmm.
However, you see the parent there, and the parent is cool with it. What would you do in that situation?
I got to pull my boy in the room. Man, hey man, let me holler at you for a minute, man. Something ain't right with this here. What you talking about, pig? Man, her mama in there negotiating with you, dude. What mamas we know growing up in the hood do shit like that? You know what I'm saying? If it don't feel right to you and you see it ain't right, man, you go say something. Now, if you my boy, you might be pissed. I don't give a fuck. I'm looking out for your best interest. Be mad with me. You
So let
dig
me
what I'm
add
saying?
another caveat to it. Let me add another caveat to it.
Hmm.
Now, you are getting paid money that's life changing.
Right.
By you stepping up to him could cancel all that.
Okay, so now when that come to play, do I value the money more than I value my friendship with this brother who I grew up with? Now I'm
He don't care.
questioning. I'm questioning my own integrity now.
So what he was doing was people who came to him about that,
Hmm.
he fired them. That's what he did. He
Okay,
fired
so you fired me. So just cause you fired me don't mean that you can get rid of me. I'm still finna be in your ear.
them. Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? That's a real friend who I grew. I'm talking about growed up, slept in the same bed. Man, look, hey, Look, dude, you fired me. I don't give a fuck about that money, nigga. You finna self destruct. And I ain't finna watch you do that there, man. Not from the outside looking in. And I was just in there trying to help you and you threw me back out?
I have a
Mm-mm.
question. I have a
Yeah.
question. Do you guys have proof that these people were fired because of that reason?
Yeah. I got proof. I know
Okay.
two of them personally.
Okay.
I
Another
would
thing,
I would say their name, but for confidentiality's sake, I can't do
No,
it.
don't say
Right. You
nobody's
cannot.
name
No
on
You
here.
names.
can't.
No
You know what I'm saying?
names.
I
Uh-uh.
can't do it.
Yeah, you can't.
No, don't say nobody's name on here.
Oh,
Uh,
April, trust me, you know I'm real careful on this matter
oh,
right here.
I know,
I
'cause
told you,
you,
if you want to get into some explosive situations, talk about R. Kelly, politics, and religion, and get ready.
yeah,
Get you some popcorn, cause it's finna be on. You
Mhm.
yeah,
know what I'm saying? Yeah,
let
but
me let me give you another scenario because there's
okay,
another situation that it said possibly happened.
hmm
You come to him. This. He big now, so you got girls everywhere.
right,
You get some of the trickle down effect. He can't be with everybody, so you get some of the actions that he couldn't get to, and you happen to see him with an underage minor, and you bring it up to him, and he say, okay, so the people that you was with, you may not known it, but she was 16, the one you knocked down. So if I go down, you go down.
okay. First and foremost, me and him would be on two separate agendas. Cause if I'm in your entourage, I'm not there to be on no partying type of shit. My thing is to make sure your ass stay out of
It's
trouble.
just a hypothetical. It's
I
just a
know,
hypothetical.
and I'm giving you the answer truthfully through that hypothetical thing. Now I'm your boy. You dig what I'm saying? I ain't there to party. I'm doing a job. That's my job. I don't party with my
You're
boss.
not gonna do your job 24/7. It's gonna come a time where you kick back and you still a man. At the end of the day, you still a man. You see something glistering over there, and it just happened to be a bunch of minors
You
unbeknownst to you.
you tend to forget what I just said. I'm about my business. You know what I'm saying? I'm about my business. About my personal life, I'm not even intertwining it with his. You feel what I'm saying? So if I'm in the entourage, I'm there for business, man. When I'm for pleasure, man, I'm not with him. I'm
I
with
don't think
my
I
crew.
don't think he had nobody like you in his corner. Nobody. And that
Man,
was his
and
problem. That
listen,
was his
man.
problem.
I
That's it.
sat
That was his
down,
problem.
I sat down and I talked to him, man. I talked to him from the heart. I talked to him, man. When he gave his first uh, free concert in Cornell Park on 47th and Cornell, I told him right then and there. I say, man, Jack, let me be on your entourage. I'm telling you, man. You need somebody that's gonna have your back 24/7, who know you and don't go with that bullshit for you. And Rob, no, I'm that type of brother. Growing up with them, I didn't take no bullshit from nobody. I was raised in the house with all women, the only male, so I had to fight a lot. You know what I'm
Me too.
saying? You know what I'm
Me
saying? So
too.
I had, yeah, so I had to fight a lot. So I didn't take no lot of shit from a lot of people, man. So when I was talking to him, I guess I was too real with him, and that spooked him. Cause later his brother Bruce told me, man, my brother said he kind of regret not having you. I said I told him from the get go. You know what I'm saying? And back then we had four cold brothers who would have stood strong with him, and when none of this would have never occurred, none of it. But he had his homies who he rolled with that he thought
Uh,
was tight. You know what I'm saying? That
right.
flipped the script on his ass, and when it all hit the fan, they all went their separate ways. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? They
Mr.
all went their
Tony,
separate ways.
Mr.
But
Tony,
yes, ma'am.
can I, because I'm listening to everybody talking, and what I'm hearing is this is my own opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like the people that was surrounding him was also partaking in some of that goody good that this
Oh
gentleman
hell
is
to the
talking
yeah.
about. So
hmm
Yes, they
Oh
were.
hell
that
yeah.
way they allowed it to continue going on because they did not want to be incriminated, and I think it was
But
bigger than
I think
money.
he did that by design.
I think it was bigger than money. I think because they knew that they were dibbling and dabbling in the pot just as well as him. Maybe he was giving them his leftovers or whatnot. But the point of the matter is, like you said, if you had a job to do, you separate your job. You don't party with your boss. Like some parents smoke and drink with their kids.
Yeah,
I won't
yeah,
smoke and I won't drink with my kids. Don't smoke around me and don't drink around me. So when you have those morals, those standards, and those type of goals, then you're set apart from everybody else. And I do wish, from what you're saying, I do wish that you actually was around him, because I see that they were enablers, just like people enable crackheads and drug addicts
yeah,
and all this stuff that goes on in the world. So, and those questions that he asked, at first I was like, why he keep asking him? Is he trying to set him up? But I saw the big picture. Like now I understand he was trying to see, what, R. Kelly needed you in his corner. So I get the questioning that he was asking. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on with these questions? But I see where he was getting at.
yeah.
Um, as far as what's your name, sir? In the middle?
Robert.
Robert, let me ask
Yeah.
you a question. How do
Mm,
you feel? Because we didn't get to ask you, what is your feeling about a girl that lies about her
Yeah.
age,
mm,
okay? And you're under the impression, and let me finish, you're under the impression that she's over 18. I told a story earlier. You're going to have to go back and look at it if you want to. But
mm.
she has the fake ID. Everything looks legit. Everybody around her is vouching that she's the age that she's saying she is. Even the parents and the family is in on it. So you lay down with her in an intimate setting, and then later on you find out that she was really not the age that you thought she was. How do you handle that situation as a man?
Well, if I looked at if I'm under the impression that she's of age and she give me a fake ID and the ID shows that she's of age, I've done my due diligence. Now, if I find out afterwards that indeed that she was underage, at that point, I'm going to stop everything.
But it's
I'm
too
not going to.
late. But it's too late. You already was intimate with her. Now, guess what? You're in trouble because you did your job. You did what you were
So,
supposed to do. But the
so
family
it's a
is now
defense.
calling you a predator.
It's a defense called mistake of fact that will get you out of that situation. A part of the elements that they have to prove is knowingly,
Yep.
knowingly.
There you go.
Uh,
Knowingly.
um, so when you have a mistake of fact, that means that you were under the impression that this person was of age. But I think
Okay.
when it came to him, he didn't even check her ID.
But let's say the mother groomed, and so we don't really know what happened. Like I said before, we really don't know if there was a conversation that allowed this woman to continuously let her daughter go. We don't know. And I'm just saying this because I'm trying to cover all ends. What if there was a conversation with mother that said, oh yeah, she's over 18
That's
and
what I'm
this
saying.
is the biological mom? So if that's the fact, how come they're not charging her, and how come R. Kelly is still in trouble if this is indeed the fact?
Well, the reason being is he didn't check her ID. As the grown up, you have to do the due diligence and at the very least check her. Now, it's one thing if she had a fake ID. She didn't have a fake ID. He just never checked it.
No, I'm saying to you, what if she did have? Okay, say
Okay, yeah, if she
what
did
about
have a
no,
fake
no, no,
ID,
what about the mom? I said, what if the mother vouched for her? Because we don't know if there was any type of conversation between him and mom. We don't know that. So what if mom vouched and said, "Oh yeah, she's over 18." How would we handle that?
it'd be the same scenario earlier, where it'd be like a mistake of fact, and that's a defense. If you ever be in a situation, your attorney can use that mistake of fact as a defense. But
I
if you
think
don't
that
do your
I think what she was asking is if the mom should be in trouble for it. Like Should she get
I,
arrested? I mean, like something like that. I think that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
She's asking. Yeah.
it
yeah.
depends if the mother was saying and lied about her age to you so you can have sex with her. Hell yeah, that's
Hmm.
sex trafficking.
There you go.
If her intentions was so you can have sex with her. If that's now, if her intentions was, I'm going to lie about her age because I don't want her age to prevent you from getting her a record deal. Then that's something different.
That's something. Yeah.
That's something different. But if her intentions was, I'm going to lie to him so you can knock her down. Hell yeah, lock her up. That's sex trafficking.
So what
She's
Thank
an age
happens?
you.
minor.
So what happens when the parent says, "I've never had that conversation," but there is no proof that you had that conversation? So how?
Hearsay. Hearsay. They can't do anything
Yeah, if
about
there's
it.
no proof, if there's no proof, you know,
But I'm saying for your mistake of fact is how do you, with the mistake of proof, if the parent says, "Well, I never had that conversation with him. I don't know what he's talking about," and the girl saying, "Well, he never talked to my mom," but there is no proof on your behalf so that your lawyer could use that. I'm just saying, how do you get out of these sticky situations? Because there are a lot of men that are actually in these types of situations as we
the only
speak.
way that I can get out of that situation is I personally checked her ID, not going off of the mother told me she was 18 or she told me she was of age. I physically looked at her ID myself, not nobody else, myself with my own eyes, and her ID was fake and said she was of age. That's my proof. I saw it with my own eyes.
Hmm.
Now, if I never checked her ID and I'm just going off what the mother said and going off of what she said, I'm fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
I
Cause
is
have a
a
that.
question. I have a
situation.
question. I mean, not a question, actually, a comment on what you guys are saying. As far as a girl who says, "Oh, I'm certain age, like I'm 18, I'm 19, whatever the age, right?" Um, I don't think you would literally ask somebody for an ID if you see a woman that looks like she's older than she is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anybody really goes, "Hey, let me see how old you are when you look older than your age." Because nowadays, these 13-year-olds look like they're 18, 19-year-olds. The
I
19
I
year
ag-
olds, they look like
I
they're
agree.
26-year-olds.
I agree with that. But if we apply it to him, you got to keep in mind he just beat an '08 case dealing with a minor.
Hmm.
So right after that, you're gonna have to have a. In order for me to mess with you, you're gonna have to have an AARP card.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got
Yes.
you.
Yeah. You. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And a
mean,
blue
I
chip.
understand what you're saying,
And
He's
but
a
I don't
also,
whole
feel
fool for that
also,
one.
I think that the most important thing here is, as Mr. Keller was saying, let's say you don't ask ID and the police comes over and you find out that she was underage, and you can say, "Hey, I didn't know," and she said she was. I mean, I met her at a
right,
bar. You know what I mean? I didn't know. I met
right.
her at a bar, so I figure she's of age. She's not okay. We're not gonna proceed. The moment that happens, you stop any action with that person. You don't
Stop.
talk to them again. You don't see them
Stop.
again. You don't even cross the same. Like if
Yep.
you see her coming your way, you cross the street, so you don't even freaking touch her. Like you
Exactly.
have to make sure that you're never, ever, ever in contact with that person. The mistake that he made is that when he found out that she was that age, all he did was send her back, get something from your parents, and come back. That was
Right.
a mistake.
His solution wasn't to leave her alone. His solution was convince your parents to put you in homeschooling so you can
Yeah,
come back to me and I can continue to have sex with you.
Right.
So that right
exactly.
there let
But
you
why
know that
can't
age
we
wasn't a
say they
factor.
shouldn't have lied in the first place?
Mm,
She shouldn't have lied
Why
in the
can't
first
we
place.
no,
say that?
But when he
wait,
Money,
They
found
money,
shouldn't
out,
have
money,
lied in the
money,
first
money,
he
place.
stopped.
money.
right. Okay, so I have something
Money.
else I wanted to
Money,
say.
money, money,
Um,
money.
They ain't
you get
rapping
these
with the truth.
parents that are sending their kids to marry people. I'm talking older people,
Yeah.
and their
Yeah.
children are like 12,
12.
14
Yep.
years old. So are you telling me that's illegal? It has to be illegal because that's a child you just gave to a grown ass man.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think in Illinois, I think every state is different. But I
Mm-hmm.
think in Illinois, I think you have to be, and I could be wrong. Don't quote me on this.
Right.
I think it's the age of 16 for a parent to sign your emancipate you to be married to an adult, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. In Louisiana, 17 is an adult.
And I'm
In
talking about as a
California, it's
minor,
18.
you can the parent can like give permission to be married to an adult,
Yeah, but
and
the
I think
thing
that
about
age
it
is
is,
16 here.
how would you how would you do that? Like, how could you do that? How could you just give your child to a grown, I'm talking
Oh
wrinkled
my
kind
God.
of person,
Oh,
and
Money,
you're
Yeah.
money,
that
money,
child,
money.
and it's a
No,
innocent
sometimes
child,
no.
Money, money, money,
innocent child.
I've seen that
it's
money
so
wasn't even
funny.
a factor. I've seen it. But money wasn't even a factor.
That's
So what
crazy.
was it?
It could have been just they just had a terrible relationship with their daughter and didn't want nothing to do with it. It's a lot of
It's a
contributing
lot of
factors.
yeah. It's so
It's no
there.
one. It's not
Right.
no cookie cutter. It's a lot of
Right.
things that can contribute to that.
Yeah, that's
But
crazy.
95% of the time it's money, 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 money.
So they gave it to this guy. They gave him. They allowed her to marry
It
this
was
guy. Is that what you're saying?
they
Yep.
got married.
Oh
They
my
had
God.
got married, and the parents had to sign off on it, and she
Yep.
was a
Yep.
minor.
Oh
Yep.
heck
Mm-hmm.
no. Mm-mm.
Nexie,
She was a minor.
Yes.
Now I don't
you
know if it was 16 or 17.
Oh
I can't
heck
remember
no.
the age, but she was definitely under 18.
Oh my
so
God.
Okay,
No.
so the
Nexie,
situation with R.
Yes.
Kelly, then, isn't that the
you
same thing? If the parents gave him the paperwork, the
But
papers.
it's a cold court proceedings for that. There's no
Mm,
documentation showing that happened.
Right.
wow. Okay.
okay?
Yeah.
Nexie, so you're in
Yes.
California like me.
Yes.
So I don't know if you are aware, but one of the people that was running for office, it was a AB something another law. I can't remember the name of it, but do you know it took a parent that is very aware like you to bust the guy that was about to run. I forget what position he was in, but he was about to pass a law to say that any man that was sexually attracted to a 10-year-old girl, he can be intimate with her without going to jail. Yes, so the parents saw that and she said hell to the no, and it was brought to everybody's attention, so people went to Sacramento, rallied, and canceled that bill. That bill, he
Oh,
almost passed that bill
is he
without
in
people.
jail?
Huh? No, he was a politician,
Is
but they fired him. They fired him
good.
because
I
yeah, they
hope
fired
so.
him. They was like,
I
how?
don't think that would have
Oh
got
my
passed.
God.
No, they
I hope
almost
so.
passed it until a parent paid attention to the AB bill that was out. And she was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? A grown man can have intercourse with a 10-year-old girl and it would
This
not be illegal. So this is what's happening now. They
and
have this thing where they used to call them pedophiles. Now they're trying to soften the word and they're
Right.
calling them minor attracted adults. They're attracted to
I'll
minors.
be dang.
And
and
so it's getting really bad out here, and we got to pay attention to these laws. We got to pay attention to what they're trying to pass. Because see, when a chaotic situation happened, like all these shootings, let
Mm-hmm.
me tell you one thing that I learned from my dad. My dad said, whenever there's chaos, pay attention to what the politicians are doing. Because when the chaos ends, they've passed a rule and a law that is against you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
and you
every
don't
time
even know.
there's huh?
And you don't even know that they have
You
done that
don't know
because they
because you're
distract
so
you.
consumed with the chaotic situation that's taking place right now, whether it be the R. Kelly situation, whether it be shootings, whether it be a hurricane, whether it be a tornado, whether, like what
A
happened in
riot.
Florida, it don't matter what it is. They're passing laws under our nose because they got us so consumed with what's going on that television. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
we have to, when we see that as a
Mm-hmm.
people, don't pay attention to what's going. Listen to it one time. That's all you need. You don't need to be consumed with it because whatever's going to happen, they're going to do it. Find out what laws is going on that you need to be concerned with, that you need to fight with. Like they passed a law here in California, a girl could get pregnant, have your baby, and she has 28 days after birth, 28 days after the baby is alive, and she's catered to the baby, and she can go and terminate that child's life up to 28 days. A day after, it would be considered murder.
That's
What?
why
Oh
it's
my
important
God.
to attend these town halls because
Yep,
This is
local
so,
government is the most important government.
absolutely.
Wait.
yes,
Hold,
that
hold
is
on,
so
hold on, hold on.
disgusting.
Are you talking about like euthanizing the child after 28 days of birth?
Yes, a girl has up till 28 days to terminate the child's life after birth. After spending 28 days with that child, she has a right to terminate that child's life without
Oh,
going to jail. So there was a OBGYN, he was Asian. He was basically crying, begging, and pleading for them not to pass that law.
oh my
That's
God.
crazy.
And they passed it?
I believe that they can do it. I'm telling you, our governor, Governor Newsom, I don't
Oh,
care what nobody say. That man is the spawn of Satan.
Hmm.
Okay, then y'all need to kick him
you
out. He
know
got to
what? I
go.
love him. I love him and I hate him at the same time only
I can't
because
stand him.
no,
He
but
needs
because
to
when the
go.
pandemic was going very strong, he was our life support in the hospital. I mean, in hospitals. He was.
Yeah, because he's over there making up for having people kill their children from
Thank you.
28 days and
But
younger.
I
That's
hate him
why.
too because he passes and he comes up with the stupidest, the most unbelievable crap to pass on bills. And you're looking at him like, I thought you were smart. Like
No,
seriously, you think this is
he
gonna fly?
he is evil in every sense of the way. This man is I don't know what to say about this man, but this man, you try see the thing of it is they dump like I voted, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't and I voted, and my friend voted. My friend is a Republican, and she voted. Her ballot disappeared, and she kept like trying to find out where it went. A lot of people that were Republicans were like complaining that their ballots were disappearing because they want to keep this a Democratic state so they can do whatever they want to do, whatever laws they want to pass. And it's like the children, it's an attack on the children. The children are in danger, whether it be a R. Kelly that's messing with them to a politician that's messing with children. These kids are in danger, and we need to stand up and we need to pay attention. We need to, like, if you see a parent that don't know how to educate their child, try to step in and help that parent to understand your daughter should not be doing sleepovers when the girl has a father or a brother or a cousin or male figure in the house, because we don't know what type of activities go on in those houses. We just see you
Mm-hmm.
day in and day out. We don't know that little Sally's brother is out there trying to experiment and see if he can get it in, or the uncle is, the
Exactly.
uncle that everybody knows that's a pedophile but don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? We no, my kids never did sleepovers,
Mm-mm.
and
Oh
we
no
should
no
Me,
no.
not allow our
me
kids
neither.
to do sleepovers. We don't know. People are not going to treat our kids the same way that we treat them. Like this little black boy, he went to his friend's house and he called his mom, and they end up finding out the little boy had third-degree burns all over his body, and the family
Mm.
tried to hide it from the parents.
Oh my
And
Wow.
God.
that's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody gonna treat your kids the way you do,
No, and you know
Right.
what? My
especially
children, thank God, they're old, they're adults. My eldest is 35,
Mm.
and 33, 31, and 22. So my
Mm.
kids are grown and everything, but my daughters, they, I think one of them, like my second daughter, wanted to go on a sleepover to her friend. She was 16 years old when this happened. Her friend, her best friend, there's only sisters. They have no boys in the family. So I
Mm.
agreed to it. She was calling me every hour. Mom, are you asleep? Mom, what are you doing? I'm like, aren't you on a sleepover? It took a lot to convince dad to let her go, but she was 16 years old. When they were little, they weren't allowed to sleep over, and not even at grandma's house. And that's my mom. I wouldn't even allow that because my mom has a tendency that a lot of people, come over and visit her on the weekends and stuff like that. And I didn't know who these people were. So I never felt comfortable allowing my children to stay overnight. And my mom never understood that concept because I went through something horrible. She never understood that I didn't feel comfortable and that she didn't, like, she could have told these people, you know what, this weekend don't come because, Nix is going to drop off the kids, and she doesn't like this. No, she didn't. She did it anyway. She allowed people to come over. So I learned the lesson and said, you know what, never again. We're gonna just not go to grandma's over the weekend. We're just gonna visit her once in a while, but that's it. So, but my daughter was 60 and she was calling me every hour. She called me at 5:30. Mom, can you pick me up now? I'm like, you've been calling me every hour. You haven't slept. She's like, I can't. This is not my house. And that was the first and last time that she did that. And any of my other kids, they've never allowed to. But I have had parents drop off their kids in my house, just open the car door, they don't even know who I am. They don't know if I sell dope, if I do drugs, if I sell drugs, or if I have I don't know, whatever I have inside. They don't know. They just drop them off.
Man, don't drop no kids off to me because I believe in whoopings. I'm old school. I still whoop kids.
Man, I hit a kid in the throat
Hello
in the
now.
stomach. Hit him right
Please
in the
don't
throat
drop
in the
off.
stomach, man. Man, elbow him in the forehead. Get
Yo,
on up out of
y'all,
To allow
all
them
the people's on me.
here. I'm
to
telling you,
come
man.
over. No, I allow them to come over when I'm here. But my husband always had a rule too that if he was here alone, there were kids cannot come over to play with my girls or to whatever. He will tell them, their mom is not here right now, so you guys can have a play date next time, like or just go home and then call. My daughter will call you when her mom comes home so that you can come over and play. So I never did that because you never know. You don't know who is, on the other side of that door that opens for
Safety
your kids to
first.
go in.
Safety
Safety
first.
first. Always. My daughters, they always tell me that they're so grateful that I didn't allow them to do all these crazy things that they wanted to do when they were younger because, they avoided a lot of stranger danger.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So
work with children. So for
right.
me, all these laws that this senator is trying to pass, they're very scary
Yeah.
because I'm the one that gets the worst end of the stick, or the worst thing that human beings can do because I work in a hospital and with
Right.
children. So I get when people have molested them, or they stepdads have beaten them, or mom have lost and beaten the crap out of the kid. So I get those cases, and it's very, very painful.
Right.
So this law is
Wow.
being passed. But you know what, Newsom, I think he was in Europe a few years back. And did you know that in Europe they're trying to pass a law that allows pedos to be? They're fighting for a law so that they're not put in they don't have to register, and they want to take out that registration process as
Is
a
that registration like the registered sex offenders?
the
I
sex
Yeah.
mean,
offender.
is that
They
really
want to.
utilized? Do people really utilize that?
I
Yes.
do.
Yes, they
Yeah,
do.
I
Yes.
do. I
Yes,
did.
they do.
If
They
they
have
don't,
But
they
a
pick them
app.
up.
They
oh
They
no,
have
pick
but
a
them up and take them
they're
home.
trying
I
to.
know the information is out there, but I'm saying, like, I mean, do people really look at that? I
Yes,
mean,
Yeah.
there's a
I
lot.
know some people do, but I'm saying like enough people to make the information relevant.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do. They
they do.
absolutely
Yeah.
do.
Because I don't think
And
I ever looked that up before,
no,
ever.
no, no. It's I have an app. I've always had this. My computer
Yep.
always had, like, sex offenders around my area, and it will tell me around where. So
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
my, like I said, my kids were never walking around or roaming alone. I always was with them, but you always have to be, cognizant of who is living around you because you never know.
I don't even think I want to know. Because I think I'll be fucking surprised. Like, what the
No,
fuck is
you need
you?
to know, especially if you got kids, because you think
I
Mm-hmm.
just
Mister.
want to bring my kids around. I don't need no
No,
Well,
app to.
it's
in
not
England,
that. It's not that. It's just it could be the neighbor across the street, and you're always saying hi, and he's sitting there eyeballing your kid while you don't know. So you need to know who's around.
Mm-hmm.
and giving
Period.
your kids candy, and you're like, oh, Mr. So and so, so nice, go get your candy from Mr. So and so, and you don't even know that this dude is registered. So yeah, but in England what they're trying to do is to humanize them. They want to remove the sex offender list. They don't want them to, and they want people to allow them to move into family oriented neighborhoods because they're humans
Oh,
too.
hold
Have a
on a
good
I'm like,
second.
night.
what the? So I think
Next,
So
hold on a
even
I thought the restriction was they just can't move by like a school or something, but they could
yeah,
move anywhere else,
second.
but it can't
Enough.
be by a school.
yeah,
Mr.
but no,
Keller, I was
they
trying to
want them
say
now.
bye to Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah,
I was trying to say bye. He said he had to go.
yeah. Have a good evening or night.
But yeah, so now this guy, so I think that's probably where he got the idea of making all these stupid laws. And eventually, I can guarantee you they're going to try to introduce let's humanize them. Let's try to give them the right to be around kids. They've repented or,
No.
whatever.
Yeah.
What
They're
they need to
stupid.
do,
I
if they
think a
don't want to,
pedophile, if you're a pedophile, I think there's some mental stuff going on. I don't think you can be cured from that. I think once a
No.
pedophile is always a pedophile.
Always, you can't.
yeah.
There's cases actually that they have interviewed several. There's it's a documentary, and I don't remember where or when I watched it, but there was a young man who said that he's always had this since he started puberty. He started feeling very attractive to kids. He says that he has never acted on it, never, but he went to therapy to see what he could do to try to control it. He says so. What he does is he stays away from kids, and he informs his friends that
Just
he
get you
has
like
these things.
I think to keep people like that out of jail, they should just find like a grown up midget and just act like they 10 years old.
You know what? I saw
Mm-mm.
a documentary some years ago. Somebody's crackling. I saw a documentary some years ago where this old man, he was a pedophile, and they was talking to him, and he was crying, and he's like, I'm sincere, I'm tired of messing with little girls. And he was so remorseful, and they had him hooked up to all these monitors, and they were like, no, he's honest. So what he did was he did some research, and he had research for them to remove a certain part of his brain. And once they removed a certain part of his brain, they put him in this room. But of course, they had people that were ready to, grab him, and there was no brain activity for him.
What
He
is that
just
noise in the background? Like somebody yelling or something.
I have no idea.
It's crackly. It sounds like somebody's going through boxes or something.
And it sounds like somebody yelling.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know what
not
that
me. It's
I
not
don't know
me.
where
Let me
that's
Not
coming
say.
from.
me.
So yeah, he had a portion of his brain removed, and once they removed that portion of his brain, he no longer was um, doing anything to children, and they followed him. But I cannot find that documentary anywhere. So my thing is, I think that they should do that research and remove that part of the brain to see, how effective it is, and we won't have these repeat offenders.
Yeah, or again, it's like I said before, it's self control, right? This is what you like. What you have to do is remove yourself. Like this young man, he wasn't more than like probably late 20s. He says that he knew since he was a teenager that he had this attraction for little kids, for little girls. So what he did is, as soon as he turned 18, he started going he asked his mom if she could please make an appointment with a psychologist. He didn't tell his mom what he was going for, but the mom did it, and he started going through it. And he says that with therapy and everything, he has never touched a child ever. He says that that was the decision he made, that he will never act upon his urges,
That's a
but he
blessing.
Yeah,
has to go
Bob.
to therapy. And he tells his friends, he told all of his friends, look, this is what's going on, this is what I have. So I'm just letting you know. He says, I lost a lot of friends, but I'd rather be honest, you know
But
and
But
do
tell
is
you
it
them
a
think
this is
that's
what.
constant
R.
fight?
Kelly's
Is it a
problem?
constant fight every day to the
Yeah, it
point
is.
where
Do you
you
think
can
that's
may
R.
end up
Kelly's
acting on
problem?
it?
Sorry about that. Do you think it's R. Kelly's problem?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
the pattern looked like it.
Yeah, no, he does have a desire, a for very very young girls, because I know that 16 hasn't been, or 17 hasn't been his mark. I know that he's probably had, he had, I think, younger girls than
Do you,
17.
do you think his abuse, sexual abuse, influenced that?
No, I don't think so. Only because I have researched. I That's what I was doing when I first heard about this. I was like, what the heck? And there's a lot of studies where they say that because you've been abused, sometimes it's the opposite. It
But not
takes you away
everybody
from
has that luck, though. Not everybody, like
not everybody,
some
but
people will be abusers, and some people will not be abusers. Some people that
but
have been
That's true.
assaulted will, and some people that
That's true.
have been assaulted will not. So it's hard
Right.
to say that
no,
it's
no, no.
not
But for
true.
him, he's remember he's not assault because he's not going out there and taking these girls. It's a desire for him. Is he loves a young certain type. That's a need. That's a
That's his
want. That's a
preference.
desire. That's a preference. It's not a because I got raped, I am gonna do this. Because I got
Right,
raped by
because the
uncle so
same
and
thing
so.
happened to Bruce.
And if that was the case, then he will be molesting only boys, right? If that was just a molestation because I did that. And it has happened that people
Wait
that
a
have been
minute.
raped
Am I
before.
tripping? Y'all don't hear somebody yelling?
I hear it.
It's outside. It's my neighbors. They were laughing outside. I was just out here. I was like, what the
Oh,
heck are
okay.
they
I'm
doing?
like, well, somebody
I'm
need
so
help.
sorry. I was outside for a little bit, so I was like, what the heck? Give me a minute. You
Okay.
gotta tell them to
Yeah,
shut
but
up.
what I'm saying is I get your studies, but it's like what doctors when they say, "Oh, you have asthma," and they try to treat everybody the same. You can't treat and you can't say that everybody has the same. No, it's not this, and no, it's not that. But what I wanted to say is this real quick because I'm gonna have to drop down. I think that Robert Kelly and all offenders, instead of throwing people in jail, I think that it should be mandatory therapy and counseling
Yes.
until they literally get it.
But
Have somebody,
what if they don't? What if they don't admit that they have a problem?
but they keep going to counseling until they can finally admit it. And once
If
you
they
can
never do,
finally,
they don't let them out.
right, that's what I was getting to. They keep them because if you gave me 30 years, don't give me 30 years of wandering around. Give me 30 years of mandatory counseling because at some point something gonna click. A light gonna turn on and be like, oh my God, I did do that. And I'm gonna start ushering myself into getting that treatment. So just throwing people in jail and not offering them any counseling to find out what happened and dealing with that issue that took place, and you feel like because you were a victim, now you're victimizing people. He may not be capturing and targeting women every single day, but guess what? He still have predatory behavior from what happened in his past. So we
Yes.
can't go by the book and say, well, no, that's not, I'm not coming at you, but
No,
no,
no, no.
that's
I
not
understand,
true,
but
I think he
because
needs
I,
to. I think they would have to come to the conclusion that they have a problem
no,
first,
no, no. But this is
that's
the
what I'm
thing, though.
saying. That's why the counseling needs to be mandatory so
not
that
under
they can.
duress. And I'm saying not under a duress situation. Like
But
freely come to come
I
to the
get
point where you realize I got a goddamn
you
problem.
have to come with that, right?
Right,
Like
that's what
they
I'm
don't have to
saying.
make you. What Keller is saying is that he has to say, "I have a problem," because
Right,
No, no,
not
no, no,
under
if
no.
it's
duress.
I
made
get
under
that.
duress,
I get
he's
that.
still not
I'm
gonna get it.
saying that if he's constantly mandatory that he has to, whether he speaks or not, when he continues to go into counseling for the issue that he's faced with, and there are other guys in his position, he may hear something that sounds like
The
him,
clicks,
and one day it may click. I'm not saying he gotta speak,
of
but
course.
it may happen, is what I'm saying. Just like people say, oh, this person's so evil, they'll never change. Somebody prayed for them, and guess what? You see them 10 years later, and they're a totally different person, and you're like, wow, what happened?
Yeah,
So we
it's
don't
true.
know unless you get the help.
Yeah, but you know what? It will have to. It's gonna take a long time. First of all, I'll be right there. And for him I mean, for therapy, he will have to go for a very, very long time because it's not just the one problem. There's probably other things wrong with him, with his brain or whatever. We don't know, but it's gonna take him a very long time to get to the point that you say where he's going to say, you know what, maybe there's something wrong with me, maybe I do have a problem, and hopefully
I think
he
he.
will
I think
choose.
he. I think he's probably fighting that right now.
You
It's
still
a
here,
I
you know
think
Miss
he probably been
April?
fighting that.
Hold on a
yeah.
second. You still here, Miss April?
Miss April.
You know, Miss April go to sleep on you.
I'm still here.
I'm dropping
I'm
down,
still.
sweetie. I got some husband stuff to do, like wifey
Oh,
cooking.
okay.
I gotta
Oh,
cook.
yeah,
It was
I'm
nice to
still
talk
here.
to you guys and to meet you. Talk to you later.
Okay,
All right.
bye.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I ain't went to sleep, Kelly.
No, but you know that what I was about to
Uh-uh.
address to her is that it is true that some victims do victimize. The percentage is very very low, but what R. Kelly has is yeah, he got victimized, and maybe in a way he's paying forward what they did to him, but him is a preference. It's a desire. It's what I was talking. I don't remember who I was talking to, and I was telling them that the act of urination or defecate. A lot of
Right.
people have those things. A lot of
Right.
ways, the urination and the defecation, those are the ones that arouse that person. That's what gives you the the climax that you were expecting, not the act itself, not the sex act, but the fact that you were able to, you see that person, full of your urine or your excrement or whatever. That's what gives them the most pleasurable orgasm, if you want to call it that way. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say that word on YouTube. I'm so sorry, but that's what gives them the high. So, which is why I say that for him, it's not that simple. It's
Right.
not just that he was abusing, therefore he's abusing, because it's going way beyond the point of no return. When I saw that the 1990s that tape, because
Mm-hmm.
I did see it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, at that point, we didn't understand why we just said, "Oh my God, it's so gross." But as I started going through school, and like you said with asthma, not everybody's the same. But we haven't found that out until recently. That not every asthma attack is the same, or that not every lung is the same. It takes a long time to come to that conclusion. So as you go forward with psychology, and it's an evolution, you find out that the act of the sexual act is not what gave that person pleasure. It's like serial killers. It's the blood that they drew out of that victim. It's the fact that they choked them, to death or whatever. That's what gives them the high that they desire, not the sexual act. That's just okay. I'm here. Let me do it. Whatever. But the most pleasure comes from that. And I'm noticing that that's something that he does over and over and over and over again. So he's getting the pleasure not maybe from the act itself, but maybe from the bodily fluids that come up from it. That's what I think. He's not my patient. I'm not a doctor. I'm not his doctor. But I'm saying for in this
If
case, this is how I
if
see
he
it.
if he were to come out publicly and say, you know, I apologize for my actions. I'm getting help. I got a problem. I need y'all to pray for me. I'm gonna repent. Would you accept him like as if he never did anything?
If he comes out right now,
Yeah.
no. Even if
What
it
would it
comes
take?
out 30, even if it comes out 30 years from now, because he's not. He's like a drug addict. They're never cured. You're in remission.
We're not
Sex,
saying he
sex
cure. We're not saying he's cure from it.
Oh,
But
the apology
he,
you mean accepted? I probably will. If it was me, I will accept the apology, but that doesn't mean I will trust them, because you can't. They're not cured. They're not. That he's probably will repent, like his friend said. It's gonna take a while for him because he's still under that cloud of celebrity. But eventually, it's gonna get to him that he's in jail and why he's there for, and
yeah.
eventually he will probably
I
come out.
think
But
once
I
the
don't.
I, I think it would be
Mhm.
it would be directly after like everything is exhausted as far as his appeal and all that shit. Once
Mhm.
everything is exhausted and he realized like, damn,
Or they don't. I don't hear anybody talking about me anymore. Oh my God, I
yeah,
don't get any phone calls anymore. So and so used
you
to come see me. He hasn't come in months. You know what I mean? Like every when that dwindles, like when that goes down, that you're not in everybody's mouth anymore. They don't even think about you. Your friends, they don't visit you as often as they did before in the beginning because they wanted it, to get those 15 minutes of fame or whatever it is that they wanted to get out of him or
I think
so-called
his real
friends.
friend. I think his true friends. Ah,
The true friends are
I
the
don't
ones we
know.
don't hear about, right? Are the ones that are
Now,
doing
I do
everything behind.
believe that he need to go ahead and send Joy home. I do. I don't know
Oh
why.
no, yeah, yes, that is number one. That needs to be done before. Even if he comes out right now and says I'm sorry, nobody will believe him unless that girl goes home
Right. That's definitely the
and
first
starts
step. Like
mending that.
send her home.
Because yeah, send her home because without family, we're nothing. We're nothing. I just found out, by the way, today that I'm going to be a grandmother. I'm
Oh,
so
congratulations.
excited. I know, right?
Congratulations.
I know my first grandchild. So I'm like super, super excited. I think more than my daughter. But anyway, so without them, I wouldn't be a grandma. So this girl is young. I know she's still young, and a lot of people judge her because she's 27 and she's still under his thumb, whatever. But they don't understand that when this abuse or relationship,
Right.
whatever people want to call it, started, she was only 19. So in
Right.
that girl's mind and brain and maturity, she's still 19. She hasn't been able to advance because the abuse began then. So it's gonna take. It's like the other one, the number one, the first girl, the one from the tape.
Oh,
That
Rashana.
girl is Roshana. She's still 14. That girl is she's 37 right now, but she's still 14. That girl hasn't grown yet because the abuse started
I
so
mean, I,
young.
I think she grown enough to say,
That was just the
um,
beginning.
Well,
mentally. I think mentally she grown enough to say, okay,
Enough,
this shit is wrong.
enough. But
And I don't think
she's
Joy is
still
there yet.
no, no. See, that's what psychologically they still the age that the abuse started, and that's what I tell people a lot. You need therapy. You need to be able to get over this hump.
I don't
We're
even
gonna
think it
call
got
it
anything to do with her age. I don't think it got anything to do with her age. I think it's just her mindset because he was
exactly.
he had like for example his wife. You know, she could have left, but it wasn't until mentally she got sick and tired of being sick and tired,
Yeah,
and she was grown.
but she exactly. His wife was already a grown adult,
Right. So I think it's
right?
more so
This girl's
mental. I think it's more so of they where they get mentally. I don't think it really have anything to do with their age.
no, no, no. What I meant is it does actually. No, no, no. It does. It's scientifically proven. It does. The abuse and the thing is that this girl Roshana, she stood there for so many years of all that abuse rules and everything. She got to the point right now, which hooray, yay, that she said enough. I'm
Right.
gonna
Right. Right.
start thinking about, but that's just the one thing that she did, which it was very brave of hers. But she's gonna need therapy to be able to
All of them
grow
need
to the
therapy.
mature. Huh?
Yeah. All of them gonna need therapy.
Me too. I'm gonna need therapy after this. I can't think I don't even
I need therapy. Shoot.
know him.
I need to be in therapy
Yes,
right
we
I need to be
now.
do.
serious. We all
Miss
need to be in
April,
somebody's
we do.
love seat.
Yeah,
Let,
we
let's
all need to be in
let's get all
somebody's
this together. Let's
spouse.
make it let's see if we get a
Shoot.
discount for a group.
We all need to be in
Therapy
therapy because
group.
this is something
Group
else.
therapy.
Yeah, but maturity is not acquired. Like you know how it's important that at 18 you're an adult, but you're still under your parents or whatever, but you're still a kid even though you're 18. Legally, you're an adult. 21, you're wow, you can drink or whatever. But
The reason I say that is because I know plenty of people in all different ages, and it's just not applying it to that. Let's just say a toxic situation. Let's just leave it as that. I know
mm,
people who have been in a toxic situation at all ages, and it take them a while
mhm,
to leave. For example, it could be someone that's getting their ass whooped, on a
mhm.
regular basis, and it take them damn near 8 years to get out
Sometimes
of
they
that.
don't even leave at all.
Right? Some
I
people
know
don't
a
leave at all.
lady. I know a lady who's been with her husband for almost 50 years. And she used to live next door to us in the other in LA where we used to live at before, because I've been here in close to Disneyland like for almost 30 years. But we used to live in LA, and next to us it was this older couple. They have been together for like almost 25 years at that point or whatever. And that guy used to beat the living crap out of this lady in front of her kids and everything. They were already teenagers. I saw her daughter recently. Her daughter brought her baby. She has a baby. I was like, oh my God. She's like, I didn't even know you worked here. So we were chatting, and she's like, yeah, they're still together. I'm like, she never left them? She's like, no, they're still together. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of situations. Even a dead end job. People that's at a dead end job know that this is the farthest I'm gonna ever go,
And they stay there.
and they will stay there.
That's true. That is so true. But in the opposite of these girls, because they were so young, like I was molested when I was little. I think it started like around 5 years old, and I think it stopped like around eight. And for the longest time, I was stuck in that particular age.
Wow.
Yeah, I grew up, body wise, and yeah, I got educated and everything, but that
Mm.
age is very critical. When my children hit the 5 year
You
mark,
know what?
I will get
It's
anxiety. I will get that, oh my God, they're 5 years old. Like, I will get this
mm.
anxiety, and I had no idea why, in the
You know
beginning.
what? It's funny that you say that because I know someone who was raped at a young age. Um, and they grown now, and they
Hmm.
still she's like right now she's like 60 something right now,
Hmm.
and she still have situations where you be like, damn, are you 12 years old?
Yeah, yeah. It's weird. It's weird. But my kid, I will overprotect my children. And I started going to, through school. I started taking a lot of psychology, and I started getting therapy through one of my mentors.
Okay, yeah, that's
And
also the actually like, were you getting
that
any type
helped
of
me.
therapy?
Yeah, that
Okay.
did. That did. That helped me because I was
How long? Okay,
overprotecting my
so how
kids.
long did it take you to get therapy?
Oh, God. I think I went for almost 10, 11 years.
10,
And I
11
still
years.
go from time to time to sometimes when I just want to.
So you said it took 10 or 11 years for you to start going?
No, 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 no. Of therapy, years of
No,
therapy
no.
to
I mean,
start going. I think I
yeah,
was in my early 20s.
early 20s. So it took
Yes,
you,
almost 10, 15 years, right?
okay.
Since the incident.
And did
Yeah,
you
You
almost
tell what,
said
15
it
years.
took
how,
you 10,
I
15
told
years of therapy?
I told
to
my mom.
start? To start. Did you
Yeah,
tell anybody?
yeah, I told my mom.
How
And
long did it take for you to tell somebody?
I was to tell my mom. I think I was
Hmm.
in my 30s.
And what
But when
took you
I
so
told
long?
her, because I told my sister at first when
Okay.
I was little.
Okay,
I told my
okay.
sister.
So the first person that you
The
told,
first
how
person
long
I
did it take?
told, my
How long
sister,
did it take?
and
And how long did it take?
I was 10 years old when I told my
10?
sister.
Okay.
Yes, and my sister said, "Don't tell anybody because you're gonna get in trouble."
So what made you finally come to your sister at 10?
I don't know. It felt wrong because this person wasn't any in the family anymore. This person was out of our family, like it has moved away or whatever. So it wasn't happening anymore. Something triggered it, and I told my sister that this person did this and this to me. And my
Okay.
sister looked at me with those eyes. She wasn't any older than me. She was like 15, I think, 16. And my sister told me, don't say it, don't say anything, don't tell anyone. When I came to my mom and I told her in my 30s, she told me that that never happened,
So
that I was a
so
liar.
so what made you finally tell your mother?
Um, I think it was time because it was her
Okay.
family member. It was her
Okay.
family member.
And
So
you know what? And that's why I don't. That's the that's the thing that sometimes piss me off when people say nothing happened to that person. Why did it take this long? Why they didn't go to the police?
yeah,
Why did it take
you
if
can't.
they was a real victim? Why did it take 30, 40 years for them to say
It
something?
does. Because my father passed away. It's gonna be a year. Tomorrow is gonna be a year since he passed away, and my dad never found out. I never told my dad because I knew that if I told my dad, he was gonna get his machete and then cut that person up in pieces. Because I
Right.
was raised by my dad. I wasn't raised by my mom. We were raised by my dad. She left us when I was 5 years old, and my dad raised all of us. It was six of us, and he raised every single one of us. It's an amazing dad. But I never told him because I was always afraid that if I did, I knew how he was. I knew what he was going to do, so I kept it to myself. And my sister, that was the first thing she said: "Don't say anything to my dad because my dad will go kill him
Right.
because my dad is crazy like that with us."
As he should.
So I never
Shit.
told him. I never told him. I kept that to myself. And my sister, my dad will always ask, "How is Nancy? Is she okay? Is everything okay?"
So,
Because I guess
so
my dad
your
saw
mother to
that.
this day still don't believe it.
No, she said no. She says
So
no.
to this day.
That's my because that's her brother. It's my uncle.
Uh,
And I
uh,
have to be on Christmases sometimes when he's there. Now I have the ability to say no. I'm not gonna be here. I don't give a crap what you say. But
okay.
when we were younger and we finally came to to meet her and visit her, my uncle was always there, and I will always feel very uncomfortable when my dad sometimes will bring us or whatever.
So
I'll feel
how
very
old was
uncomfortable.
he at the time when you was? How
30.
old was he? No, 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 no. Oh, he was 30.
Yes, my uncle was in his
Wow,
30s. I was only
wow,
5.
that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It was crazy, and I
That's
was a
crazy because
baby.
I'm trying to think. I can't even remember when I was 5. I'm trying to
Oh,
think
I
like the
do, I
father's
do.
memory. I don't think I can remember back when I was 5.
And that's what I'm telling you. These things make your brain develop in a way that you cannot even imagine. That was the first experience I have on that out of body experience when people say I could see myself on the bottom. That
Hmm.
there I had that when I was little because it was so shocking to me because I've never had that. My dad was a very decent man. My dad wouldn't even bathe us. He will tell us like, okay, get in there and whatever, and he will turn around, and we were little for us to change clothing. He will never be in the
Did
same
it
room.
affect any of your like relationships?
Um, yes, yes, it did. It did, and in some ways, it did affect the ability to have like a normal, I guess, sexual
Right,
relationship. We can say.
right.
Because it comes back to you. It comes back to
Hmm.
you. A certain move, a certain touch, and that thing just pops back up. Which is what I say to a lot of people. You don't understand what this does to a person.
Right.
You're never normal again. Even your husband that you would love to enjoy your intimacy with, when somebody touches you inappropriately for a long period of time, or even a couple of times, that on itself creates this mark on you that, like I said, a move, a touch, and that thing flies to you and it blocks you, and then you cannot enjoy it anymore because it's already there.
Yeah, that's like I said, that shit pissed me off because when you see the people like in the indictment, they were like, oh, they just now saying something now. They ain't no victims. But when R. Kelly came out, he didn't say nothing until he was damn near 40 years old, and they never questioned that shit.
No, they never have, and it puzzles me a lot too. But then again, it's a minority, and he came to this success, so and I get it too because they had to protect them and they're gonna believe everything he says no matter what because of their adoration that they have for him. They have him on this pedestal. But I don't know, I never my sister once I told her, my sister never left me alone at the house when my uncle was there. Oh, no, 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 sorry. He will tell my uncle, we'll be right back. Oh, you can leave her here. No, it's okay, uncle, thank you. We'll be right back. And she will take me with her. Like, my sister was my mom, literally, my older sister. She was our mom.
Wow.
Hmm. So it does, it gives it makes it damages you so much, like I said, you're always that little 5-year old. You're
Yeah.
always that 15-year old that experience was so cruel, or that somebody, because a 30-year-old man is going to do different things than a 15-year-old boy your age, right, that doesn't know anything like you do. A man like that, and the type of life that he was leading, which it was not just with you, it was with a lot of people, so that I can only imagine.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry you went through all that. And you know what? You're a survivor, girl. You're a survivor. Stay strong.
Thank you.
But I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up at 3:30
Me
in the
too.
morning.
It was a pleasure talking to you too.
Yeah, it
Hey,
was a
you
Thank you,
pleasure
did
Miss
too.
double
April,
duty
for
today.
giving us a platform.
You did double duty today.
Yes, I
Yeah.
I'm
did.
surprised you ain't sleep.
Well, what time is it? It's only 9:30 here in Cali. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but that normally that don't
11:34
even
here.
matter.
Yeah.
I have
It's
to go to work tomorrow at 7 anyway. So,
yeah, it's
but
11
anyway, thank you, Miss April, and
11:34
thank you,
up here.
Keller, for
Yep.
putting up with me today.
Thank everybody. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
We'll
the
see you
Bud
around.
South. Loving me, Tracy.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, hey.
Take care. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good
All
night.
right. Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Tell her what you doing up late this evening. I'd have
I
been
know,
on here
right? I'm past my bedtime.
three and a
You
half
know what?
hours.
I just happened to see you live. I'm like, let me go ahead and see what she's talking about. But yes, it is
Nothing
past my
was
bedtime.
just I was just how my take is, you know, morally what those people did, they were wrong. Legally, they did nothing. You know, I just feel as though, um, we losing morals, values, and lies cost you. Lies cause a lot.
Yeah.
He did what they shouldn't have lied. But to lie is not a crime. Um, you know,
Well,
so and so
uh, what people would do,
yeah,
what people would do. I mean,
and then like I say, the statute, the man is held for statutory rape. Um, if it happens, but I guess you would have to prove it. But it's and that law's been around for a long time. So a lot of people, they a lot of men, they better check now because these girls being born with hooker bodies. You know,
I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, true. That's true.
I mean, the, the way girls are
I mean, but you got to
developing.
keep in mind. You got to keep in mind that Azriel wasn't the type that looked grown. She looked young. Now I could see if you know, she
Yeah,
looked young as hell. And then he asked her, I think in a text message, he said, "Is your parents strict?" You asking about her parents? What grown folks? If you grown, your parents is not in the equation. If you grown, he asked her, "Is your parents strict? Will they allow you to travel?" So right there, like he knew that she was young, for the simple fact that when you say parent, that automatically indicate that this is a young motherfucker I'm dealing with. So he knew. He didn't care. And it indicated that he didn't care because when he found out her age, his solution wasn't not to cease, messing with her. His solution was, let's rig something up so I can continue to have sex with you. So I look at things in its totality. I look at the whole entire picture. When you sit there and you want to and look at thing and isolate stuff, you can prove whatever you want to prove. But when you look at the entire picture, it's going to tell the whole story.
yeah. Well, another outburst. You know, next he said, hell, we all need to be sitting on some therapist chairs because every time I say I'm done, I look
Yes,
up. There's something
it
else
ain't done
that
with
come
you.
up.
It ain't done with you. That's the problem.
Every time I say I'm done,
I keep telling you
then
that. Listen, I keep telling you that. Like,
so
it's
I'm
up
gonna
and it's
I'm
stuck.
gonna stop saying I'm done because every time I say it, something else happens. So I'ma just say, Kelly, well, we talk anyway, and we talk about other things other than our Kelly.
Okay.
And it, it, you know, until the next cycle of this, what is coming more frequently now. Uh,
Yeah, I am. You used to let me know when you live. I just happened to come on here. You used to send me a
yeah,
text.
I did a live last night, and I guess for me is everybody wants to sit up and call him names and say what he should have did and all of this. And I've been a fair person, but nobody wants to say all of them they shouldn't have lied. Because if they
They
wouldn't
should,
have lied, but
they
since
shouldn't have lied. They shouldn't
since
have lied. But
all of y'all, when you lie and scheme to get something, look what happened.
they shouldn't have lied. But you
But they
know,
did.
yeah, they did. They did. They shouldn't have, but they did.
Yeah, and
I don't. I
I
honestly
hope that
believe. I honestly believe if they would have told the truth from the beginning, we'll be in the same situation. Nothing would change.
well,
He still would
that's
sex.
what I
He
say.
still
They
would.
wanted him
He
to
still
get
would have
that back.
sexually assault
Well,
her
he
if
was a
even if he
threat.
knew her real age. Huh?
Um, even once she betted him under a lie as a grown woman.
Was she what?
She betted him under a lie as a grown woman.
I understand. I understand that. And what I'm saying is, if she would have told her real age out the gate, he still would have did what he did.
Well,
And the
we
proof
still
is there
never know.
because the proof is there.
We'll never
Reason
know.
I say that. The reason I say that is he found out her real age, and he still has sex with her.
See, but see, there you go. But what if they wouldn't have lied? You got to go to the beginning. They sought him out.
Well,
He didn't seek them out.
again, I'm gonna look at everything in
Again,
its totality.
again, they sought him out. Why do people have a problem saying that? They sought him out. They lied and they schemed and plotted.
So the reason that they lied is because they didn't want her
They
age.
researched them. Stop
Huh?
defending them. They
No, no, no.
researched them.
I'm telling you what she said. I'm telling you what she said. This is what
Who
she said.
said?
This is what she said under oath. Uh, um,
She,
Ezriel. This is what
who
Ezriel
said
said
that
under oath.
they lied?
Okay, I'm trying. This is what Ezriel said under oath.
I don't believe nothing she said. Hell, she lied from the beginning. So I'm supposed to believe everything she say is the gospel now?
Well, I'm just telling you what she said, whether you believe
No,
it or
I don't
not.
want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing that her, the mammy, and the pappy got to say. The madam and the
Well,
pimp. No. Or
you
her.
asked me. You asked me why. I was going to give you. They asked her why. They asked her that question, and I was going to give you her response. They asked her that in the court. Why did she lie? And I'm just going to give you what she said. But I look at everything in its totality, and when I look at everything in its
I mean,
totality,
nobody wants to say they were liars. They was wrong. They shouldn't have lied. That's like saying, oh, well, the thief, oh,
well,
well, oh, they going to go in the store and they ain't going to never steal again.
she said
Okay,
that she the only she said that she lied in the courtroom about her age.
right. And
She
so,
never she
right
never
there, when
denied that.
they, and I've always had a problem with that.
She never denied that. She said she lied.
I always had a problem with that. I always said, so they lied about their age. So now, because now we're supposed to believe, because they sitting up saying, well, I lied about my age, but now I'm telling the truth. And everything they say is supposed to be gospel. Oh, hell no. No, no, uh-uh, no, mm-mm, no. I don't
Well,
care if it was him or anybody else.
only thing that would change the outcome now is the appeal. Um, and the appeal process is not going to change a disagreement in the verdict. The appeal process, the only way the appeal would change if there were an error during the proceedings or a um, constitutional violation. So,
I
unfortunately,
mean,
that's
there has been like men that have went to jail that was on their way to college, and they had women to lie on them. See, I got a big problem with that anyway. It's not even. It didn't start with this. It
but
started
but but,
back with all the men
but he
that
have
were
a
falsely
but we
imprisoned
talking
for
about
women lying.
we talking about somebody who have a history of doing this, and somebody who recorded himself having sex with a 14-year-old and on tape saying, "Give me that 14-year-old
Again,
vajayjay."
again, there y'all go.
No, no,
I'm
that's the
only talking
facts.
about Jane Doe number five and her madam mama and her pimp daddy and her. They all planted and schemed and lied.
Well,
They lied. I'm not
we
talking about his history. They lied.
right. They lied.
What
They
they did
lied.
was morally
They
wrong.
lied.
It can't be
They,
legally wrong.
they lied.
It's not
Right.
legally wrong,
Hold on.
but it was
Hold on.
morally wrong.
So they lied. Right. They lied. He found out the truth, and he said, "Oh, you know what he said? This what he said. He said, uh, when she came back on the bus, on the sprint or whatever, he said they was laughing. He said, I thought you was gonna tell me something far worse. That's
That's
what he
what
said.
she said.
That's crazy. When
That's
she
what
told him
she
his
said.
real age, he said, I thought you was gonna tell me something far worse.
That's
That
what
is fucking
liars
crazy.
say. That's
That's
what liars. How is
cr-
that supposed to be the gospel?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Wait a minute, hold on. I said that's what the liar said, right?
This is what
So
she said
how
on the
is
oath.
everything she's saying supposed to be the gospel? I mean,
Well,
like
I mean,
everything these people saying supposed to be the gospel of John. Y'all got no, no.
so
I have a problem with liars anyway, so
so
I might be a little biased.
So you if we also gonna go with the text messages, it was another text message that was sent out after he found out her real age, saying that he nutted in me today. That she sent to her friend. She thought she was pregnant.
That's
No,
what
this is a text message. This is a text message.
huh?
This is a text message to her friend.
That's what she's saying.
This is what the
The
friend
liars
said.
is saying.
No, no, this is what the friend said. Remember they brought the friend, her friend on the stand. This is
What
what the
what
friend. This is what the friend said, and they
what
had to. They
but this
told her
is
to read.
what
Oh, they
wait
told her
a
to read
minute,
the text
hold the
message.
friend.
Huh?
So do they have that text message or
Yeah,
her calling?
they told her to read the text message. They brought the friend on the stand, and they had her phone records, and they told her to read that text
But
message.
this
And
is what the liar said.
no, this is what the friend said. The friend said this on the stand. The
The
friend said this
friend
on
got it from the liar.
Her
The
friend said
friend
this.
got it from the liar.
No, the friend was reading her text message. The
The
same text message that got you in the uproar. Okay, so this is
the
what you got to
friend
realize.
did R. Kelly send out the text message? No,
So
Azriel sent the text message to her friend. The
so
liar.
so Azriel sent these text messages that we read between the mother and Azriel. Azriel sent these text messages out, right? So are you going to throw all those text messages in the garbage since it came from Azriel? Since you don't believe nothing she said, you got to throw.
I don't know what to believe.
So okay, so you got to take all them text
Only
messages.
thing I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
believe
wait a
is
minute,
what
wait a
I
minute.
see on video.
Hold
I'm
on.
not
So you got to.
believing nobody's word.
Okay, so if that's the case, you got to take all them text messages that they reading that came from Azriel and throw them in the garbage because you don't believe them.
They're all liars.
Okay, Miss April. What I'm saying is, if that's what you're saying, then you can't say anything about the text messages because it came from Azriel and you don't believe her.
No, what
Oh,
I'm
unless you want to
saying
pick and
is
choose. Unless you want to pick and choose.
no, no. So now we got the whole complete story. So when they got on
What
that
complete
stand,
story? How do we
so
have
the
the whole complete
alleged
story?
complete story.
Okay,
The
and how do we
story
have the
looks
whole
to
complete
me
story?
like they were liars. They plotted and schemed
How do we have the whole complete story?
from
How?
text messages
But the text messages
that
came
came
from
from
the
liars.
text messages came from
And she got
Azriel.
on the stand and she told some lies.
Okay, so the text messages came from Azriel, and you already said you don't believe nothing that come out her mouth. So you can't go off the text messages because you don't believe it. Unless
At this, I'm not
unless
going to take everything
unless you
she
want to pick and
said on
choose,
that
then
stand as the gospel.
huh?
They cross their fingers when they lie. They cross their fingers when they raise their right hand and say, "I swear to God to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth."
I
The
got all
people
that.
be
I got
crossing
that.
their fingers.
Right. So you don't believe nothing that come out of Azriel's mouth, right?
When
Is
she
that
got
what
on
I'm
the
gathering?
stand, you know,
Uh
I
huh.
told you then, Keller. I said, what makes us, because she got on the stand and said, I lied about my age. Now I'm telling the truth.
No, she
When she
said I
got
lied.
on the stand,
She said I
the
lied.
text messages show us just how they plotted and schemed
She
with
said.
their lying butts.
She said I lied about my age, and then I told him my real age later. That's what she said. And
Okay,
she said
so
she
we
lied.
supposed
She
to
said the
believe that.
reason she lied about her real age because she knew that he had a court case dealing with minors, and she didn't want her young age to influence him not working with her. That's what she said.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, if you don't believe nothing that come out her mouth, then you can't believe the text
I
messages
don't
either.
believe nothing that came out of her mouth when she took that stand like she was supposed to been the gospel of John. I told you then. The minute she said she lied about her age, I'm like, so now everything she said on the stand, and she did tell some lies on that stand. Lies or
Well,
truth, you don't know with them.
well,
I have an issue with liars, women that have lied on men, where
well,
they have spent time in prison.
I will understand. I will definitely understand, like where you coming from if he didn't have the propensity to have sex with underage minors. He
Yeah.
have a history of this. So,
Well,
uh,
I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying now in general. I was just saying if a
right,
girl
but I'm
lied
saying it's a
about her
pattern.
age,
It's a pattern, though. I'm looking at the pattern.
you're looking at a pattern. I was
Right.
just looking from them with those text
So
messages.
when I look at
That's
the
all we
pattern,
was talking about. But
well,
then I got to thinking about all of the times I saw men lose scholarships of going to college, losing jobs, losing
let me
everything
let me
because
ask you
women
this:
had lied on them.
do you think that?
And there wasn't even any DNA evidence.
Do you think that if he
And
known
you
her
know
real
that had
age, do you
huh?
think? Do you think if he known her real age at the beginning, he would have never did nothing with her?
I don't know what he would have did. All I know is they shouldn't have lied in the first place.
Well, the first charge that he got wasn't about her age. No, first two wasn't about her age. So he got one charge with her was coercion and enticement, and then he got one coercion and enticement as a minor. That was the one that mattered about his age, her age, and then he got the exposure to herpes. So only
Well,
one
so she
charge.
wouldn't have lied. You know, when you lie, scheme, and all that to get stuff, look what you end up with.
So what I'm saying is really only one of the charges, which is coercion and enticement as a minor, mattered about her age. The other charges didn't matter. Her age was irrelevant, and he still would have been found guilty of those charges, regardless of her age. Only one that impact her age is the coercion enticement of a minor, and that one was when he knew her age. The one that happened in the hotel, um, it wasn't coercion and enticement as a minor. It was just coercion and enticement. So her age is really irrelevant. She could have been
Do
100 years
do you
old.
think? Do you think that they should arrest the parents for sex
Hell
trafficking?
yeah. The parents. I think the mother, not the parents. The mother.
Right.
I think when I saw a text message where she sent the ass picture or told him to send a booty pic. That's damn near child pornography right there.
I know.
So yeah, the mother, yeah.
And I hope that every all parents sit their kids down and talk to their kids and say, we all tell little white lies. It's not good to tell them. Because, see,
Well,
this is
you know
what the
what? He could have got on the
consequence.
stand. He could have got on the stand. It worked out for his co-defendant. He could have got on the stand and told his truth.
No, he didn't have to do nothing. They didn't have to lie in the first place. Why is everybody not getting that? Why did they have to lie?
I just told you why they lied.
Why did they have to lie? Her
Okay.
mama, and I mean, they didn't have to
Okay.
do
So
what they did.
uh, according to her,
He didn't seek them, they sought him out. This would have
according to
happened to her. She could
acco-
have stopped. She could have stopped too. She could have said, I'm scared out here. I don't want to do this. I don't want to lie. I'm going to call my father. I'm going to call my auntie. I'm going to call somebody.
so according to her, you said why did she lie, right? So according to her, because they asked her that question, why did you lie about your age? According to her, she lied because she knew that he had a court case dealing with minors, and she didn't
See,
want her
and
age.
then they didn't know nothing about him, right? So they had
No,
already researched him.
no, she said
Okay.
she knew. She said that she knew about he had a previous court case with him dealing with minors, and she didn't want her age to influence him not working with
Oh
her.
my gosh, she wasn't even communicating with her. The mama was. That's why they was all lying. If she would have never lied, her and her mammy, we wouldn't even be talking about them. Why can't anybody say that? Why is this always what he did? Why did they lie? It's
Okay.
wrong to lie too. The consequences of this type of lie. She has a lifelong disease now.
Well, he has to do the due diligence to check her ID. He can't just go off her word.
There you go. Why can't
If
people say they asked the shit in the lie
so,
in
so
the
let me
first place?
so let me give
Why
you
can't anybody just say they shouldn't have lied?
okay. Calm down, Miss April. Calm down.
No,
It's not that serious.
I'm just like, ain't nobody saying like They shouldn't have
We
lied if
already
they
said
wouldn't
they
have
shouldn't have
lied.
lied.
Huh?
Okay, I already said they shouldn't have lied. I said that.
Okay. Oh my God, I didn't hear that.
I been
So
said they
that's
should have
the
lied.
end
I
of
said that several times.
discussion. They
Okay, so
started. They
let me give you
started it and he finished it.
let
So
me give
you
you this.
volunteered to bed somebody. You volunteered and lied and bedded somebody at the age of a grown woman? Are you kidding me?
Okay,
No.
so let me give you this example, Miss April. Okay, you have a nightclub. Somebody come in and they tell you that they are over 21 and they are lying to you. They really 18, and you let them in without checking their ID. Police come and do a shakedown and find out they are underage and close your nightclub out down. And you tell the police they lied to me. They shouldn't have lied. They lied to me. Why you shut my club down? And they say, did you check her ID? No, but she shouldn't have lied to me. You shit out of luck. Although you may not agree with that, that's just how it is. He all he had to do is check her ID. If he would have checked her ID
You
and
got
saw
a
her
mama and her daughter saying, saying one, I mean, the mom can vouch. She steady kept
no, no,
saying,
the mom didn't vouch. The mom didn't vouch. The mom was acting as her. The
the
mom didn't
mom
tell
kept
her.
saying, well, in the truth
No, the mom was
about
acting
the age.
as the daughter. Hold on. The mom was acting as the daughter in the beginning.
That's what
She.
I'm saying. So when you go on to say that she heard he had a court case,
No, no,
case
no. Listen to
for
me. Listen to me, Miss April. You missing what I'm saying. You missing what I'm saying. The mom was acting as the daughter, right? Um, uh, and, and, and and said that she was 18. Now he didn't check no ID. He just went off word, took her word for it, due to the fact that he only believed that and did check her ID. He screwed himself. You may not agree with that, but that's just what it is. I get that that's not what you agree with, but that's the law.
right.
And
That's what I'm
if you have a
saying.
hold on, if you have a
And
problem
I
with the hold on, Miss
understand
April, let me say this real quick.
morally it's wrong. Legally, it's not. He's
Oh,
held accountable.
yeah, there you go.
I
So
know that.
so
I
we,
know
we
that.
so when we in a, when we
But
when so when he in the court of law, they not dealing with morally, they dealing with legally.
I know. But morally, they were wrong. They should have not lied.
Yeah,
They should have not lied, is all
yeah.
I'm saying. And people need to sit down and talk to their kids about the consequences and tell somebody if this happens, I mean, this whole case can be a teaching tool for a whole lot of things.
I guarantee you it is. I guarantee you it
It's
is.
a teaching tool to
I
say, look,
guarantee you it is.
if your mama do this or your daddy do this, you better go tell somebody because look at what happened to this girl and her mother for lying. She has a lifelong disease. She'll probably, God knows what else, but
Okay,
it
so
needs
check
to
this out.
be a
So check this
teaching
out.
tool. And the
So check.
mother, and who knows, maybe they glad it's out. So now they can all go get the help they need. Shit. And I need to get on off of here, but let me let you finish with your statement.
Um, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk. It's just getting
Yeah.
late.
Yeah, it's 4 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, this case should be a learning tool for a whole lot of people in a whole lot of areas. Because Ain't no way. My mother, see, we come from that era, Keller.
But
Wasn't nobody hear
you
nothing.
gotta realize that everybody, just because your mother wouldn't do certain
I
things, don't mean the next one
understand
don't.
that too. I understand that. But I come from the era is you make your bed, now you got to lie in it.
And I'm looking at, another pattern that I'm looking at. Speaking of pattern, I'm looking at, it's a problem with a lot of these mothers dealing with surrounding R. Kelly. You got Aaliyah's mother, uh, uh, you got Rashonda's mother, and now you got motherfucking Azrael's
Yeah.
mother.
And then,
And, and then
then
and then you got K
who are
Michelle,
we?
and then you got
Who
K
are
Michelle
we to
come
tell
on,
them
and
what
now,
they do?
huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Finish.
Then you got K Michelle. Now it makes sense now. K Michelle said, "God damn it, if I get up there and say something, everybody going to jail. Cause I saw mothers in there. That's what she said.
Yeah, cooking. She
Cooking,
said it. They was all happy with the arrangement.
cooking. So she said, if I to open my
Cooking.
mouth, everybody going to jail. Y'all want me to open my mouth.
And they sure didn't call the neither,
So
did they?
I say that to say that, we only know about Azriel's mother, uh, um, Aaliyah's mother, Rashonda's mother, but K Michelle know even more than that. K Michelle
But
know
check
even
this
more
out.
mothers.
I know. But check this out. Then who are we to tell people what to do with their kids that they have? But
I mean,
it's the law now.
we can advise them. I mean, we can't tell them shit to
It's
do,
the,
but we could
but
give
what
them
I'm
we could
saying is,
we could give them
if
some
they
good
want to
good
pimp
damn
their
advice.
daughters out, it's
We
okay
can,
that they pimp their daughters out, right?
who
It's
said
okay.
no, that shit ain't never okay?
Well, by law it is because they ain't holding no parents accountable.
Well, the parents that they could hold accountable, they gave them fucking what you call that shit,
Immunity. That's
immunity.
what I'm saying.
They gave them immunity.
Immunity. Yeah.
I mean,
So so the parents still get away scot free, and then
they
you
I don't
go
like
against
that shit. I don't like that
right.
shit.
That's what I'm saying. So who are we to tell people what to do with your kids? And if we tell you what to do, I
I
might go
mean, we
over
can't tell
there,
them what to do. We can't tell them what to do. Only thing we can do is give them advice.
give them
Take it or
advice,
leave it.
and
Accept it or
then
reject
even
it.
if we call and report them, oh, okay. So the government gonna give them immunity. So what
Well, that's
difference will
something
it
you
make?
can do. That's something you can do. Like if you want to get DCFS involved, you can do that shit.
What you gonna do when the mammy's gonna lie?
What you say? I mean, they gonna do their investigation. So only thing
But
you
they
can
gonna
do.
lie. The parents
Okay.
gonna lie.
Uh,
They
okay.
gonna
Of course.
tell the
uh,
daughters to lie to
but you
DCFS.
just did your part. You just did your part. Only thing you can do is hope that once they do their investigation, that it works in people's favor. But I feel like at the end, I don't know. I don't know.
Right, it's their kids that they have.
Because check this out. Check this out. You got Rashonda father, I'm sorry, passed away.
And,
Um,
and, and that man would have rather been dead than to take the
you
stand and
got you got you
say
got a
I
lead
lied to the world and
you got a
said that
lead
wasn't my daughter on the case.
you
Because
got a
all the
lead
FBI did was all they did was follow the money, and when they knew they thought they was fooling the government, dumb MFs, and the government watching all of the money over them years. And that's the reason he couldn't get bail neither, because they probably thought him and Rashona would have went to another country because they know she's still in love with him too. Like, this is crazy, crazy.
I don't know. Well, I'm about to get off the phone. I just looked at the time, man.
Me
Um,
too. Hey, it
Let me get
was
off of here.
nice talking to you, Keller. Hey,
Likewise.
I'm going. We need. I'm gonna find us a therapist so
I
all of us can get
think I
a
need a.
therapist.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go find me a fireball while you looking for a
Yeah,
therapist.
go find you a fireball. I ain't got drunk lately. Hell, can't got no time to get drunk around here. I get drunk, I might snooze on something around here. I guess, let me see. You know what we need to start doing? We need to start keeping track. So it was Resurrection R. Kelly weekend. This past
Resurrection text messages.
Resurrection text messages weekend, and we need to start keeping score now. Um, okay, yeah, and now taking bets and maybe make some like how they do the football pools, and get some numbers and say, when do you think we'll get another bombshell? When do you think the next outburst will be? The minute we be to calm down and settle from this, hell yeah, I'm going to call me a therapist tomorrow. I'll talk to y'all later. Kelly, thanks for being on the panel tonight.
All
Everybody
right.
have a great night. This was a great conversation. Again, I do know that law is, a man will be held accountable for statutory rape, even though it's morally wrong. I hope everybody sit down and talk to their kids. Use this whole case as a teaching tool. Peace out, everybody. April Showers, I'm out.